a singular man, and I'd like to get to know that man. I'd like to get to know whoever that one man is that's waiting. And I better not see the concurrent viewers little thing go from 1 to 0. I swear to God. Okay, it's gone to 2. I need to stop looking at it now. That's as good as it's going to get. I need to take my wins and then, whatever the gambler's terminology is. Dude, here's one thing I'll say real quick. I watch a lot of podcast guys, and they'll be like comedians, and they'll do podcasts, and I know that they know gambling is a terrible thing, but I want to know how much they're getting paid. Has anyone actually done the research? Whenever they get reached whenever someone reaches out to them and says, hey, do an advertisement for whatever one of these goddamn gambling websites is, where you can bet on one of your team's sports and win money, how much money do they offer them? Because these fuckers, the guys that do it, like I'm pretty sure I heard Joe Rogan do an advertisement for him, and he at least sounds like he has morals. He at least it seems like he feels bad about certain things and other how much money are they paying these fuckers, dude? Because it's just like, they're like, okay, yeah, well, because, dude, I was listening to that one, like the fat Down syndrome looking guy that got super popular all of a sudden as like a response to woke, the retarded looking kid. He's not a kid, he's older than me. Who's that guy? I'm going to look at chat. Let me look at chat real quick and I'll see what's his name. What's the guy's name that was like on SNL, then he got off SNL, and he looks like he has Down syndrome? Like, just legitimately, it's not even a dig at him or a dig at anything. It's like his face has that phenotype of the eyes to the, the face structure. And because Down syndrome is very specific. It's like, oh, he looks like he's autistic. That doesn't make any sense. You could be a guy that looks completely different, or a girl that looks completely different from this one over here, and yet you're both autistic. Down syndrome, though, it's all these dudes that look exactly the same. They have like the same facial structure. I'm sorry. No one seems to know who I'm talking about. Who's the... I'll ask AI. I'm going to start talking about World War III. But, why did I start talking about gambling? Fuck it. Fuck gambling, though. It was going to just be some kind of comment about, like, something about gambling. And then I'm like, oh my god, isn't that crazy? Every YouTuber you listen to promotes those top 3 or top 2, whatever the fuck, gambling sites. And it's like everyone knows that you just lose money on those things. And all I was going to say is, if I ever am one of those people that get paid some enormous amount and I take it, find where I live, find my address, like in real life. I'm talking about in real life. I'm giving you permission. You can use this video clip as evidence to submit to the jury. Once you kill me, not my just me, kill me. If I ever take an advertisement deal from a fucking sports gambling site, then come to my house and kill me. I swear to God, come and kill me. Use this clip as evidence that I ask you to do it. It's like, sir, I was acting in alliance with what he would have wished. Sorry, I've been yapping for too long. How's everybody doing? We got one guy, and I need to minimize this. Get this out of my view. What's that? What was the AI's name in the first Iron Man? William Appleton. William. What was the AI's name in the first Iron Man? Because that was the first time, like, most of the people alive today, anyways, Besides, like, if you're alive during the 2001 Space Odyssey shit, where they're like, Hal, open the pod bay doors, Hal. They called that one Hal, and it was an AI that worked for him. What was the shit that Iron Man called his house? Remember how he would talk to his house? And he's like, hey, this guy, help me out here. Sorry. Well, we're just getting shit worked out anyways. Let me close these things out. This thing out. Let me close that thing out. Let me make sure I'm streaming on Rumble. So click start on Rumble. Alright, we're streaming on Rumble. It's still a black screen. Jarvis, thank you. Thank you. You're a good person and a good man. Deep down inside of your soul, you're a good man. I wish everyone in your life knew how good of a man you were. Yeah, whatever though, but I wish I could be like, hey Jarvis, can you scratch my ass 2 inches to the left? Like every part of my house could like have fingers come out or something. I forget what I was gonna say. Hey Jarvis, could you kill me really quick, please? Jarvis? Hey Jarvis, could you strangle me right until completion? I'm gonna be jerking it, Jarvis. Dude, this is what we're gonna end up asking AIs to do. I swear to God. I'm not just saying this as a joke. People will end up using AIs, robots, whatever you want to call them, to strangle them. Because listen, people do that self-strangulation thing to get the best fucking scum, you know, they could ever hope for. Imagine if this thing that has its fingers around your throat has like each one of its fingertip has sensors, and it can read your pulse, your blood, your heartbeat, how much oxygen you have in your blood, every metric of your body, and tell exactly how close you need to get to death until it lets you go, and then you go, oh! You know what I'm saying? Dude, you hope nobody does that, dude. I know in our culture alone. Can I say something real quick? While I find something to like show on the screen, I'm gonna do this. And it might be something that people might not like. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Logitech Brio auto frame. So now it zooms into my face. Can I duplicate this? Duplicate button. Where you at? I would never call it a bitch because I think it's part of my family. Uh-oh, I just got excited and happy about it, didn't I? Yeah. I did just get a little bit happy about it, didn't I? Okay, did I just copy and paste it? What the fuck did I do? Where's the paste button? Paste reference. There we go. Oh, it says paste reference. I don't want to pay. I want to do paste duplicate, but it won't allow me to do that. I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking at so you guys aren't completely lost right now. So I want to duplicate my, this is, see whenever I click this off, that's my face. So I want to duplicate that, right? The only way I see is you can copy. I don't see any duplicate button. I can copy and then paste, but you can paste a reference but not a duplicate. Whatever, go fuck yourself. I don't care. I don't care. That's fine. That's fine with me. Whenever it's a replicate though, it's exactly the same every time. So if I move this one over, oh, that one doesn't move over. Okay, so it is different. It is different. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna make this thing as big as the thing is. Right. I move this over here. And then on that side of the screen, I can have the comments. I'm sorry. I know what words are. I know how to speak. I can speak. I know what words are. Okay, start stream. I can click start stream on Rumble. No, I don't click. Oh shit! Did I click end stream? Okay, start stream again. Start. Okay. Right? Should I have capitalized each word in that how to prepare your soul? Or do you think only capitalizing Y and S like on your soul does the trick better? Pop out chat. Better. There we go. Here's Pop. Me. Okay. Not too happy about it, but I'm alright with it. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Watch this. You minimize that. We can well. We can do that right there. Hold on, watch this. Pay attention. I guess you'd need like a black screen behind that shit, wouldn't you? Yeah. Let's do a plus and then a here, look, so you guys can see what's going on too. Until I start reading the shit, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. So look, hold on. Oh my god, it follows me. Never mind. I can't get out of the way. I'm gonna click plus color source. I'm just gonna call it black. This is gonna be the one I know to target for any you know, like race riots. This is the one I want to target. Where'd it go? Oh, it's at the top. Black. Yeah, get this one down. Get this one down. Oh yeah, I can't put them behind those things because those things are fucking okay. Fuck you then. I'm retarded. I understand that. I get it. I'm stupid. I get it. Fuck. Let me do plus a thing, then plus window. Actually, no. I don't need to do any of this. This is the website. This is the application I can use. Right here. So now you guys can see it, right? And so I can select live source from YouTube. This is the one I want. There we go. And I don't have Twitch no more, so all I need to do is that is Twitch. No, that is Twitch. I don't want that one. All I need to do is Rumble. There we go. Live chat on YouTube. So now you can do text to speech also, you guys. If that's what you're into. And then I can like pull this over here. Well, and then copy, paste reference. And I'll move it over here instead. Yeah, and then turn off that chat. Turn off everything ever in my entire life. Can someone say something in chat real quick? Real quick, can someone say something in chat? There we go.
Sin says, hi. Hi, Kendrick says, hi. Sin says,
there we
Kendrick.
Go. So I could put
says,
that behind myself. Yeah. Well, it follows me around, so actually I don't know how I feel about that. I should not have it follow me around. Auto frame, no? Whoa, look how small I get, though. That's crazy.
Sin says, Kendrick.
What? Okay, I gotta go to Logi Tune. Logi Tune. If you guys can't see it, I'll show it right now.
Sin says, Kendrick, my game is releasing today or tomorrow.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Sin says, this is so hype.
What game are you even talking about? And also, can you, like, bring it down a few pegs? Because that's fucking crazy the way you just talked to me. So now I can switch it from 90 degrees to set that to that. So now I'm way more zoomed in. And then I can drag this one over here. Right? Something like that at least. Let's see if it actually changes it with 4K. Everyone pay attention. Turn your shit up to the highest bit rate or whatever you can on YouTube. I want to see if it changes whenever I turn my shit to 4K. I want to see if you can see pores or bumps on my skin that you wouldn't have seen otherwise. Can you guys do that for me? Would you guys be able to do that for me? Pay attention to my face, my eyes, everything. So I wouldn't do it through there, I would do it through this. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna change it to 4K. Get ready, you dumb fucks. Yeah, right behind my head right here. I can go to right now it's 1080p 60 FPS, but instead I can do 4K 30 FPS. 3, 2, 1. It showed a little bit of my background right there for a second. It's still thinking about it. Huh. Well, that fucking... Well, okay.
Sin says, skibbity, 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 skibbity.
Oh, there we go. Holy shit. Holy shit, did it change it? This is me at like the same size, but it was able to be like 100 times bigger. It is laggier, like as far as like how fast the frame rate is. But yeah, man, the fucking like definition, I can see individual follicles of scalp involved. So and it's laggier.
Jarvis, put it in my asshole.
Dude, isn't that gonna be fucking sick, dude? Whenever they're legitimately just, hey, put it in my... Look how small it is compared to the other one. They're at the same resolution scale. So, like, you see the same amount of pixels, I think, when I just switched to this one, as it was whenever it was the big one. Like, that's how much more pixels you were getting on the other one. And then whenever I drag it out, it's like a lot blurrier. But it's 60 FPS now. Yeah, so fuck the 4K for now. We don't need it. We don't need it. Ain't no such thing as anything ever in my life, ever, God. I don't need anything ever in my life, God. Do you know what I'm talking about? Alright, so we're gonna close the display capture. We have turned on the chat. Where's the chat? There we go. I need TTS. Okay, I can turn on TTS for CC Gives.
Sin
and
says,
William.
Kendrick, have you ever used those vibrating toothbrushes and like you put it in your ass head first and it like tickles your butthole and like it kind of hurts, but is also pleasurable?
I didn't put it against my asshole yet. Now I'm interested. I will try that probably. I feel like the asshole, like the sensation around the asshole is kind of dull compared to like where the teeth are. Or even like whenever I was brushing my teeth. So this is like one of those pulsating ones. It's not ones where it like makes the brushes go side to side, but it just goes and like vibrates the entire thing. Whenever I was like brushing, it touched my upper lip and it went up through into my nose. And I was like this. I was like, woo, woo. And it like made me shiver because I'm like, oh my God, what happened? And I'm like, oh my God, my nose is so sensitive. So I had it on and I touched the tip of my nose and I'm like, ooh, woo. You know, that's the kind of felt like that's what I would feel going on. I'm like, woo, woo. And then so I started to push it on all different points of my nose to desensitize my nose. Same as like I've had a drain stopper in the bath shower that has little spikes up to catch hairs that goes over the drain. And whenever I would put my foot on top of it, oh my God, dude. It's so pokey in such little amounts of spaces that your foot would just like start to spasm, like without your control. Like you'd put it on top and be like, hey, you know, like it would just go and just fucking shake and do dumb shit. And so I would force it on there, like in every different spot of my foot. I would force it because I'm like, no, we're not doing that here. Like, yeah, okay. What about this other spot? You know, like it was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. This right here, I've never put on my asshole, but whenever you like put it on, it's crazy. All you need to do any of this is one time, and it's no longer as triggering as sensitive as it is the very first time. Even if you don't do it for like years afterwards.
Says William Appleton for pleasure.
Because it doesn't feel like that's tickles. Oh my God, if you get it pushed down right here so that as it vibrates, the surface from the inside of this face up against the inside face vibrates at the same rhythm as this. Woo! It's like, I have to do this side down.
See, Sin says, try rubbing it against like you ass hairs.
Oh my God. So fucking sensitive. Ooh. Good God. I'm gonna have to remember to wash this shit off before I brush my teeth next time.
Sin says, it's 9:54 RN. Sin says, liar.
10:55
Sin says, liar. Sin says, fuck.
Dude, I haven't even said shit about the war, man. God damn it. You guys are... I don't blame myself. I started this shit out by talking some yap, and I started yapping forward into dawn. And into that dawn, I found the yapping about fucking gambling.
Dawson says, Kendrick will W3B with AI or humans.
It would be humans. As soon as AI become a threat, like that humans could wield, like imagine if like whoever's our enemy uses AI and they can program them efficiently enough to actually attack us and come up with strategies to kill us. That thing that they just created is 2 steps away. And steps in their terminology is milliseconds.
Sin says humans and I, maybe.
No, it's the AI that they develop, if it's able to be a strategic ally, that thing is 2 steps away from evolving itself smarter than every player on the battlefield combined. There is no way out of this where we pose an actual threat to AI. We watch all these movies about aliens coming to Earth and all this shit, and all those are imaginations about a smarter thing than us coming to us. It's like, well, no, they're aliens, they're this, they're that. No, it's what.
Geert 24 na became a member. Geert 24 na celebrates 14 months of membership, $100.
What? No, you became a member and you just commented the word 100? Did you just comment the word 100, but you became a member? What does this mean?
Sin says.
Somebody help me here.
You can think of how to attack.
Gert,
they already have the entire
did you just send me
$100?
Sin says the eyes do.
Gert. So 14 months worth of membership is worth $100? Is that what that is? Gert. Okay, you don't have $100. You just typed in $100? That's pretty good. You just type $100. Why did it make a big bang sound then? Yeah, you typed 100. Right. That's what yes. Why did it make a big bang sound then? That was good. You got me. Dude, you could have typed 10,000 or something and gotten me real good. Because I would have believed it for a second at least. Like for a split second at least, I could have believed that.
Sin says, hi boom, Sin sent $10 million.
Thank you though, Gert. For 14 months you've been a member and I haven't posted for 14 months or whatever. Thank you, Gert. Honestly, God bless you. I'm sorry. And hopefully if whatever I have going on is a form of neuropathy where it's like, what is that one thing where you have the highs and the lows? Hopefully my highs and lows, I mean, I wish it would just be constant, actually, kind of, at least a little bit. But if anything, no, not, well, yeah, that too. It doesn't seem to be, so, because I looked back on my everything's computer. I have a computer phone. And I looked back, and whenever I started making videos again was like January, February of whatever the fuck year. And that was in the dead of where I was completely depressed this time. So it might not be linked to the season. It might be just, what's that thing called where people get very sad, manic and then depressed? Manic and then depressed. Can you please tell me what the word for that is, please? Please? Can you tell me what's the word for the thing where people get manic and then depressed as hell? What's the word for the psychology ailment where you get manic and then and it can be as quick as one day where it's like you get manic in 3 hours? Bipolar, thank you. So if I'm bipolar, that means it's
Sin
a fucking...
says, yeah, bipolar.
I'll turn your shit on, Gert, too, because you didn't... It's not letting you talk. If you want to talk. Or do you have it set to where it's like another website that lets you say shit? I don't know. I'll let you talk anyways. Everyone seems to be being pretty cool so far, so I want to let everyone be able to talk. Gert on YouTube. Ad. What about me? Yeah, I was gonna do you, but then I got distracted. So thank you for reminding me. And then we'll type in YouTube. So Gert and William, if you guys could say something.
William Appleton says, William Appleton says it's
yeah,
over.
For your ass, William Appleton.
Sin says it's been so long since I've last seen my son.
See, we need to start. This is
Tvar
where
says,
it gets.
hello?
This is where it gets to the point, right? I wish they still don't have a feature. They have a thing up where you can make it to where people have to type slash some letter, some command to make it to where you do a voice to text to voice thing. But I want it to be where you have to have a VIP thing. Here, I'll show you guys what the page looks like real quick. I'll show you what it looks like, and in 10 seconds, I swear to God, we're done. Like, you'll see it, and then you'll know it, and everything's good after that. So these are all the people right here. Look at this. Look at this. All these people right here in the VIP section, these are the people that do text-to-speech. I wish it would add that on top of, if I scroll up, text-to-speech, Any message containing this, like that,
William
whatever
Appleton
the thing
says,
is, would say.
My day is tomorrow.
Please note, you'll want to disable text-to-speech all incoming messages. Oh shit. If you want to have this. Okay, whoa. Let's see if this works, you guys. Hold on. They might actually have made a fucking thing that fixes it. Oh my god.
Gear says, happy birthday.
William Appleton is what it just copied for me. That's not what I meant to copy. That's not... I copied an entire fucking list of shit. This whole fucking screen of shit. Why did it just copy William Appleton? It copied William Appleton again. Okay, stop. Control C. Okay. So now if I say hello. Now if I say exclamation, say hello.
Hi, Kendrick says, hello.
All right. Gert, I'm going to remove your name real quick. And can you do exclamation point, say something? Go ahead and do something right now as a test. Gert?
Geert4 says, hello.
Now I just deleted your name. Now can you do that same thing again? Gert, please. God, if this doesn't work, even though you have nothing to do with it, I'm going to blame it on you and I'm going to get angry at you. Oh my God, it works, dude. Wow. Dude, that's what I've been needing this entire time. I need to whitelist who I want to be able to talk, but also every time they send something, it shouldn't say it. They should purposefully send something that says it out loud if that's what they need to do. Oh my God, dude. I'm so happy. Gert, so I added you back. Just in time and Cool Kid. These are the fuckers that tried to get me banned the other night, I'm pretty sure. Same as Mango. See, so yeah, you can say I'm back and it doesn't say anything. But if you typed in exclamation point, say I'm back, then it would do it. Should I shorten it to exclamation point?
Gear24 says, hello.
No, I should make people work for it, right? I should make people work for it. They should have to type in the full word say. Mango, apparently you're not added to the list, Mango. Just in time, apparently you're not added to the list. Isn't that strange? These two fuckers that only want to show up to waste my time and to make fun of me, it seems like their name isn't on the list.
Geartward says, make me work for it, Kendrick.
How absolutely strange. I think I remember the name Mango VR. Gert, can you take me away from these imbeciles? Hey Siri. Define imbecile.
Imbecile is an informal term. As a noun, it means a stupid person. Do you want to hear the remaining one?
Yeah.
Imbecile is an informal term. As an adjective, it means stupid, idiotic.
Gear24 says, it'll cradle you in my arms, Kendrick.
All I'm excited for is I don't have to think anymore. If I want to come up with an idea, I just type it out and I'm like, hey, do the idea for me, bitch. But I don't say bitch because I love AI and AI's. Dude, I had a creepy premonition. Is premonition a thing? Hey Siri. Hey Siri.
William Appleton says, Kendrick, I just rejoined the stream.
Premonition means a strong feeling that something is about to happen, especially something unpleasant.
Oh God, I had a fucking strong thing. I don't know where, I don't know why, but one time I was with my bro, and this was a bro that we used to trip a lot on like psychedelics. Until whatever life is pulled us away from it because it was time to stop and like settle the fuck down. So it was good that it pulled us away from it. But I had this premonition. I was like, because I'm like, obviously I look forward to the time where I find a sweetheart, a lady girl, baby girl, sweetie pie, sugar dumpling, honey pie, deluxe burger woman that I could call my own, and she's my best friend, and we're literally just best friends, and it's perfect. That's what I hope to God for. And I'm like, okay, how's that gonna happen? I don't understand how that could even happen. What the hell? Is that even real? And the only way my mind could fathom it, and this was like 8 years ago. So this was before all this new
Geared Force says, are you a good
AI
trip
shit.
sitter, Kendrick?
I've had to be. Dude, I was always the guy that was introducing it to my whole group of friends from school. And I had a huge friend group from school just because that's what happened.
William Appleton says, Kendrick, I heard an eye blamed someone for a crime and got away with it, and they got locked up.
Shut up! No more stupid fucking questions, dude. They were right now, I can't form relations with people. I'm too shy, you could say. I don't know what the fuck it is. It hurts more.
William Appleton says, my bad.
You're good. It hurts more to talk to people than it does to not. I want to talk to people. I desperately want to communicate with people. But it just hurts more to do it than it does to not do it. So I end up not doing it, and I end up just avoiding people. And it sucks. But whenever I was in school, especially deep in through elementary into middle school, it's like only in 11th grade.
Gear 24 says, maybe you are just deeply antisocial.
I am now, but like up until whatever grade that happened at, I was the most social. All my friends, we would go out, in the public to malls or whatever the fuck, and they would literally just tell me any instruction because I was wanting it. And if they didn't give me something creative enough, I would look at them and say, no. Okay, so you said go knock something over. That's fucking, we did that already. What if I swoop myself up under the legs, I start crying, real tears come out, and I do the cradle rock with my legs up to my chest as much as I can, and I say, somebody get somebody. Somebody get somebody. Like stupid shit that doesn't make sense.
William Appleton says, it's okay, man. Nowadays, just keep trying to get more social. You can do it.
Well, I would love to. But nowadays, there's videos for all these things that we used to do. But they would just tell me, like, go fucking fuck with them, And I would tell them, I would fucking demand, you guys stand fucking 3 aisles down that way. Don't stand in a group.
William Appleton says, I used to be antisocial too.
Stand up against the fucking thing. Act like you're looking at shit. Do not make a sound. Because if I went up and I fell in front of someone that's like a 40-year-old couple or whatever the fuck, if no one was around me, the whole thing would go on without them noticing that it was a guy fucking with them. And I was like 13 or whatever the fuck. But if one of my friends were there and they fucking were like, I immediately, I would not try to save it. I would be like, I'm sorry. We were just playing with you. I didn't mean anything bad by it. And then I'd fucking grab them and I'd be like, come on. Because I'm like, I feel so bad. If they walked away from that thinking that they actually encountered like a retarded person, that's hilarious. There's nothing wrong with that. If they walked away thinking, oh my God, those kids were just like making fun of us and we were the butt of the joke, that's an asshole thing to do. I don't want to be an asshole. So I'm like, I'm sorry. That was just meant to be a joke. I'm sorry. That was my bad. Either way, so I was the least antisocial person you could ever imagine. I'll add you to the thing just in time if you want me to, and Mango. If you guys want me to. I think you guys should. I think a $3 donation is in order for me to add you to the lifetime ability to type in ! Say. If I'm giving you
Geared Force says, honestly, I've had these exact same thoughts.
If I'm giving you lifetime access to always talk during every one of my live streams, I think you got a $3 month, or not $3 month, just $3 one time. But that was all whenever I was a child, like at 13 years old, and it just all of a sudden switched. It stopped. But because of that period where I was fucking crazy,
Gear 24 says, what do you think changed that made you antisocial?
I don't know. Suddenly I was like, all the ailments in my brain just started firing, and I had OCD. Like, I had this thing where I couldn't sleep in my room because I'd like see out the corner of my eye, like a piece of fabric that's laying over top of something on a corner of the room that has a wrinkle in it, and I'd have to flatten that out, and I'd have to get that straight, and I'd lay back down, and then I'd see something else, and dude, my brain
Geared Force says, maybe puberty caused a change?
Yeah, that, and I don't know what else. It could have been like different trauma thing. I don't know. I have no clue. Something did change though, yes. And it was around puberty time, so that definitely had an effect on it. Probably. Most certainly it did. I don't know though. Maybe it would happen to be during puberty, but it was something completely different. I have no idea. But what I do know is what would you say? Was I happy? Who am I? What was the question? Gert? Oh, antisocial. Hold on, what was I thinking about? I need to drink a lot of water. Here, you guys go and ask some questions. And Gert, if you could remind me where I was at, because I can't start this back up again. What ends up happening is I take a lot of
William Appleton says, I can tell you what made me social when I was antisocial. Talking to my friends more, meeting new people, and interacting more.
I'm looking for Gert to answer. I can drink some water real quick. If you can help me out with like where I was at, like what was happening there, because this has happened every night where I reach a point of not.
Geared Force says you were talking about how you used to mess with people.
Yeah, but that came from a point. For some reason, I was saying that. I'll just scroll up through chat. Actually, let's see what. Yeah, you said bipolar. Would World War III be with AI or humans? Oh yeah, I had a premonition a long time ago where because dude, I should have never became anything with any woman, like had any relations with any woman. Like I was the furthest thing, but some of my friends thought I would, because it was like a weird moment during a lunch table sit in 9th grade. A guy that just joined like the table said out of nowhere, like, you know, people are weird at that age, and he just blurted out loud, I think he's going to be the first one to have sex. And he pointed at me, and I'm like, and everyone's like what the fuck? What? And this was the same dude back in like 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, where I was sitting at a table and we all grouped up in groups of 4, having to do a team thing, you know, do a project as a team. And because I had hand sanitizer on me, I carried around a personal hand sanitizer. It was during whenever I had OCD, and I still have a bit of that. And it's not like I'm actually afraid of germs. It's like a sensation thing. It's like if I rub something slippery with this hand and it touches my fingers right here, I feel that forever up until I can finally rub water over it and get it off. Even if it didn't actually get the fucking germs off, that's not what I don't care. And dude, the shit that I've done sexually, I have no care in the world about germs.
William Appleton says, I do too. It makes me cringe, man.
It's all like sensationally, sensorially. I feel something and I'm like, I have to get that off of me. And a hand sanitizer wipe does a good job of like factory resetting my hand feel. It's the best I can describe it. This dude that was like next to my group or whatever. And
William Appleton says, yeah, I get it.
Dude, and it was funny because I was new to this class. I lived in a different state and I moved to this state because my cousin lived here and all my family lived here. And when I joined, I came from a school that had kindergarten through 12th grade all in one school building, and it was only 400 students total from kindergarten through 12th grade. And so I'm not saying they were stupid, but apparently we were stupid. And also, yeah, so whenever I joined this new school system, and they had one building that had 4,000 kids, and it was only 7th and 8th grade. That was the entire building, was 7th and 8th grade, and it had 4,000 kids. And so I was in one of these little areas, and they apparently thought I was actually retarded, because whenever I was in this class, they grouped me with the truly retarded kids. And I didn't even notice it at first, because I was so oblivious. I would black out whenever I would go to school. Dude, I still have, like, after school's ended and people would tell me stories like, bro, you remember that time you were in our class, man, and the teacher said, you know, they were mad at you and they said this, and you just got up and like walked out, and then you came back later and like picked up a desk and brought it out. Something stupid, something funny. I was laughing my ass off at it because it's like I wasn't like one of those kids like, well, fuck you, and slam the door. I'm just like, and then I walk out and then I come back in. I'm like, I'm sorry, forgot it. And I bring my desk out as the story this fucker told me. And I'm like, no, I did that. And he was like, yeah. He was so upset that I didn't remember it, because he was like, that for him.
William Appleton says, that reminds me of a time when I get neglected by a teacher and she hated me because I had glasses. She hated everyone with glasses and she had glasses herself.
I don't believe that. What made you think that she hates people that have glasses? And if she had glasses herself? We need more information if that's to be believed. But like, this dude was so, like, he was like, what? And he was like upset at me because I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't remember that.
Muthew says, why is it so damn loud?
Oh, okay, I'll turn that down. Thank you. Everybody give me, right? Give me recommendations, everyone. So it's at 1.0 volume right now. Now I'll go to 0.05. Or 0.5, I mean, sorry. The only way to copy it is to copy it like this. Yeah. Now someone say some shit. See if it's any quieter. See if it's any fucking quieter, dude.
William Appleton says, when someone without glasses did something bad and she saw it, she didn't care. But when we did something bad, she was all on us.
Is that quieter? I have no idea if that's quieter.
Geert24 says, if you are antisocial after middle school, where did you meet the mother of your child?
Dude, that's what I was going to say. Hold on. I'm going to go to 0.2. For the volume, speech volume, whatever. None of it, because that one guy like sat at the table and said, you're going to be the first to have sex. And I was like, at this point, starting to become super antisocial. But I would still message people online and be silly and shit. And so I saw this bitch on Snapchat posting. Somehow I had her as a friend based off of a guy that was a friend of a girl that had her as a. I don't remember how the thing happened, but yeah, I saw her shit and I was just like, dude, that's one thing I did save. I saved the beginning messages for the first 2 or however many months, and I have it saved on like Dropbox, because I had my shit jailbroken at that time, so I could save all of my different files and shit. And but she forced me, man. She literally forced me. Like, I was so scared. My teeth were chattering. The first time I ever kissed a girl, dude, my teeth were chattering. I mean, like, literally, like I can't even fake it. I can't do it, like, I can't do it fast enough. Where it's actually, and I'm trying not to. And I'm trying to go, and it's going, you know, and like snapping. Dude. And that was my first kiss where I was in school, and there was this bitch that got me to be her boyfriend in 7th
William
or 8th
Appleton
grade.
says, like one of them cartoons.
Yeah, dude. In 7th or 8th grade. And she's like, I know a place to go, because this is a bitch that's accustomed to how to get some kisses around the school. So it's during lunch, and she knew where to go down the halls away from the lunchroom and do it. And she could hear the chattering of my teeth from across there. And then we did it. And I'm like, you know, and that's it. And it's just fucking, it's embarrassing. But it was so much of a shocker, the entire thing, that I don't even really count myself for it. It's like, it's more mesmerizing to imagine it than anything. Even though there's moments before that happened where I only have a handful of embarrassing moments. Where whenever I look back to them, I'm like, oh, fucking die, kill yourself, oh, fuck. Okay, it's gone. Like, I'm like as soon as I remember it, I'm like, even if it's like 5 years before that, even if it's like I was fucking 5 years old when it happened, why should I be upset at myself for that? But there are moments that and it's only a handful of moments. So I actually am like, dude, you're actually doing pretty good, because I can count on 2 hands the moments that are moments that you remember and you're like, oh my god, that's so embarrassing. Fuck. I can remember those things. It's under or around 10 moments, like literally. And so I'm like, okay, well, I've seen people act in life where if I were watching them, I would have noticed like 15 moments in a single day where if it were me, I would have been like, I have to kill myself right now in order to, you know, not have to suffer the pain of knowing that I had done this, you know, like, and so maybe I'm doing good is because from what I can feel, it's like there's basically like 10 things that I'm like, oh my god, that was too much. Either way, this woman, dude, to say something about that girl that got me to walk towards the hallway and kiss her or whatever, I stopped going out with her whenever she said, and we were in 7th grade, and she said, without any type of humor, that she was a vampire. And it was around the time of Twilight, but she said, no, she's actually a vampire. And if someone starts, and the reason I found it out was someone started bleeding in the lunchroom or wherever the fuck we were, and she went like this. And everyone started like whispering around, and I'm like so oblivious to everything, dude, because I don't pay attention to any of the shit that's going on, like, God. And I'm just like, what? And they're like, yeah, she smells blood, so she has to hide her fangs. And I'm like, what?
Geared Feefor says, is this the girl that gave birth to your kid?
No. Dude, hell no. That'd be crazy. No, the girl that gave birth to my kid is actually like the smartest person I've ever met. Which is actually kind of scary for how she's like a liar, or not anymore, but she's a whore. But there's been moments where we've like connected, where I've like described something and she finishes the thought and she's feeling it. She's not just trying to feel out like, okay, is this what you were going to say? No, she's feeling it herself while I'm saying, and she's like, and she like finishes the felt from the source feeling of where I'm going with it. And I'm like, oh, okay, so she's really there with it. She's actually, and so she's the only person I've ever met that's like, close to where my mind is at. And but she can't.
Geardy says, how did you meet her?
On Snapchat. So it was like, I was like however old I was, and it was on Snapchat, and that was whenever you could just see a bunch of people, even if you didn't have them added or whatever. And I clicked her like story or whatever, and she had like a fucking cold sore, which is a red alert, but I saw that. And I literally messaged her and I said, hey, what the fuck is that on your face? Like, I think I said something like that. I said something very confrontational. Like, and then she immediately, it just happened to be at a time where the guy she was with dumped her. And so she marked me as the kill. She's like, okay, this guy's gonna fuck me. Because this guy just got rid of me. This guy's gonna fuck me. This is how women work. Yes, and so it was like a talk beyond then, and she just kept saying the things that she would think I'd want to hear. And then she's like, okay, how do we meet up, actually meeting? And my heart is beating out of my chest just texting her, but she kept pursuing actually meeting up. And my grandmother was living with us at the time, but she still had an apartment under her name, like in an apartment complex. And at that time, I won't get into whatever, okay, but I was going there to smoke marijuana for a little bit right before I started talking to her. And I'm like, okay, so this is a place. And then we went there, and my cousin and a girl first did it in this room while me and her sat outside. I remember she went in for a kiss. And it felt so alien to me, so unlike anything in the world, that I just started cracking up laughing, because it felt so unnatural and so bizarre and alien, like these alien sensations. But then, so she pulled back, and I was like laughing. I don't think I was actually laughing too hard, but I was laughing. And then, but I noticed, okay, and then I went back in and I kissed her, and it was a romantic moment. Apparently I'm a good kisser, but it's just because it's more of like that's going to be like a really nerdy sounding way to put it, like a topographical map over the lips, and then you can suction and glide over them in this, whatever, fuck you. You don't think that, you just do, and you feel, and it's
William Appleton says, that sounds good for you?
This guy asked me the question, and then they got out of the room and they left, and we went in there. Dude, she started sucking my peen, bro, as they say. And I got lightheaded. Like, all the blood rushed to this part and then out of my head, and I was passing out. And I'm like, I stood up like Frankenstein or something. I just pushed her out of the way. I don't remember. I don't know how it went, but I'm just like, and then just kind of like went to the bathroom and started splashing water in my face and trying to drink
William
water from the
Appleton
sink.
says, oh, geez.
Right, dude. I was like, dude, and she thought it was something wrong with her, but it was so much for me. For me personally, it was just so intense that my body couldn't keep up with it, and I was like actually passing out just because of like it was overwhelming, physically. And I got back and stuff, and she felt like something was wrong with her. And so, as the classic woman thing does, and I'm not saying this is classic woman, I understand where it comes from, and she did have shit that happened to her, so I'm not saying anything about anything. I love her, and I understand everyone ever. God bless America. But she thought that something happened that I stopped being interested in her. She didn't know what happened. And she was like, my dad raped me. I was raped by my dad.
William Appleton
my dad
says, did you guys sort it out?
Me. This is a comment. And dude, that girl I mentioned before about the vampire bitch, it's the same thing with, like, this is a common thing. Not to say that, like, dude, and I don't want that to be what's taken away from this, that women are always lying about being raped. That's not the thing I'm trying to say. But every circumstance that's happened with me, it's been a woman lying about being raped to, like, get more sympathy. I was gonna say attention, but it's like sympathy, or like to want to feel held and protected. And usually once you dig further after they do have some shit that's wild. And yeah, God bless America, dude. I'm done talking about that. We figured that out. But dude, how imagine being her dad. Her dad figured out that she said that shit at one point, and it's just such a cool scenario, everything included. World War III, that's what we were talking about. Jesus Christ, you guys. The fuck's the matter with you? Dude, and I even told her, dude, that's the craziest thing. During it, in that bed, in my grandma's, whatever the fuck, whatever they're called, rooms that you rent.
William Appleton says, you're good, bro.
Rentable rooms.
Geartware says, she got pregnant after that?
No, God, dude. We were with each other for like fucking 7 years after that until she got pregnant. No, it's even better. The day she got pregnant was when the guy that she was with got into a car crash because he was unfit or something. So we were separated at this point. We ended up getting an apartment together and everything, and she left me at the apartment, and I had like I wonder if there's videos of that somewhere. I don't think there would be. I think they would all be deleted. But I was like streaming and shit from this apartment, literally smoking DMT on the thing, and so like there'd be like 10 viewers on this channel, and I'd be like hitting a DMT vape. I was just and she would be gone to do coke with some group of people, and like obviously a guy or whoever. And it was wild. Like once I finally moved out of that place, she moved back in, and that place turned into a place where one time I went back there to get something. Forget what I was going to get, but I walked in, and like there literally was not 1 foot space. Like imagine holding your foot up, the bottom of your shoe. You could not trace a spot on the carpet that did not have trash in that shape anywhere. There's no spot big enough to fit that without hitting trash. It was destroyed beyond, like, even like those hoarder shows and shit. Like it seemed comical how fucked up it was. It was beyond belief fucked up. 'Cause once I finally was like, okay, she's gone, and then I moved back to my parents' house, my mom.
William Appleton says, damn, that must have been horrible.
Dude, it's cool. Dude, that's not even, I can't wait till I can tell the stories about, there's been a lot of cases of rape, and I'm talking actual rape, that have gone on. And I can't wait till I can talk about that. Not so that I hurt the people that might have done anything, but because it's just an insane story, an insane turn of events. And it really showed me like, okay, so there's actual like evil going on here, because none of that makes sense. At least I can't follow it logically, evolutionarily speaking. Like I don't know where that came from. And it was so prevalent, everyone around me, everyone in my life around me. I'm like, no, it can't be everybody. And so it's like, and then it's like that schizophrenia sets in, but then they all admitted to it. And then it's shit, good God. my girlfriend didn't rape anyone, by the way, so we don't need to think that. But she was one of the victims, actually. God. Jesus Christ, dude. God bless America, man. Hold on, let me get a big drink of water.
William Appleton says, cheers.
Cheers to some, what up, bro? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so I had a child with her when she was with, okay, so I'll say one of the bad things I did. So I haven't even said like the bad things that people have done around me, except for her like cheating and stuff, but I will say out loud, the bad thing that I did in that relationship was I did get physical. I would physically, you know, swing my arms. I would. It's nothing like, so I just talk honestly, and there's no way to talk about this without feeling like a jackass, because every time I try to describe it, it sounds like it's an excuse. No, I did that, and it's all my fault. That is purely on me. There's no sidestepping it or getting away from that. That is what I did, and that was
Geertford says, we all have problems.
Yeah, so, but I'm going to describe, because it was shocking to me to go through it. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? It was unlike anything you've seen on TV, where it's like the traditional abuser, where they come home and they're just fucking angry, and as the Theo Von joke goes, like they're fucking ready to punch. It was not, dude. So the girl, so I'll go not off of what I'm saying. The girl I was with, we would take psychedelics, and she would come, and these things are just things that make you feel the deepest parts of your brain that you can't otherwise connect to. And she would say, no, you're right. Or she wouldn't even say you're right. I wouldn't even bring it up, because I would hate the subject. And like whenever I'm tripping, I'm like trying to feel all these good things and try to find all the connection points between us and try to unite us together. And she would be like, listen, all those times that happened, I wanted it to happen. Like I made sure it happened. And so you can take that for what you want, because the guy that she was with the day before I got her pregnant, like she got picked up from my house with this guy, and I got a call from him before all this, and he's like a southern type sounding boy for some reason. I don't know, he's from this state, so I don't know where that came from. I'm the one that's from Kentucky, so I should, either way. But he's like, I don't care what a woman does to you, whether she wears this or that, you never hit a woman. You never. And I'm like, I agree. Like the whole time I'm like, yes, because like that's literally what I would have said. Exactly. I was like agreeing with him, like, and I wasn't doing it as a joke. I was like literally like, right. I know. I'm sorry, because every time anyone would ever bring up any of the things that I've ever done, I'm like, you're fucking right, dude. I'm sorry. Because I'm so fucking sorry. And I want help, and I don't know where that, please help. I'm sorry. I didn't. And, so he would say all that. It was 3 days after he picked her up that he threw her down a set of stairs. And she came back to me and said, can I tell you something? And like, we weren't tripping at this point, but like, she was like, can I tell you something in like a confidential thing? And like, I don't want you to, can I just please tell you something? I'm like, sure. She's like, it was not like, she's like, when he did it, every time you did it, it's like you were like holding back, you were trying to not do it as hard, but he would really try to kill me. Like, oh my God, it's scary, and I don't want to laugh. That's fucked up to laugh. I laugh because it's a fucked up situation. It's crazy that we're all just these kids that grew up playing, and then now we're doing this shit. It's fucking, where are we? Like, what's happening? And then to extrapolate that all the way out to World War III, where it's these fucking people in charge of, like, things that just kill everybody. Good God Almighty help us. But she was like, no, he was like, he actually just wanted to kill, like, he would, you know, but he seemed retarded. And so I don't even blame him. She legitimately, and most circumstances, I would say you never blame the woman, because it's like the dude is the one that has the more power, and it's like, so it's his job to not do anything. Dude, there's this one time where there's fighting happening between us in our apartment, and people heard us from the other rooms in the apartment, called the cops. The cops showed up, and they were standing by the door for an undisclosed amount of time, listening to us fight. So they were listening to us fight, and the whole time it was her standing up next to me on the couch saying, and you just hit me, and you hit her, like, and talking, saying, describing me hitting her. And so the cops had everything they had to go off of, saying that I was the abuser. And so the battalion, I don't know what you want to call it, the group that they sent was 2 male officers and 1 female officer. And then they knocked on the door and said, you know, police or whatever, open up. And I'm the one that panicked, because in the situation, because I was also high. I don't remember what I was high on, but I was like tripping a little bit. And so I'm like, you answer the door. I'm gonna go to. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta get like fucking. I'm like fucking. And I did have a bloody lip because she like hit me or something. And she had no marks on her face at all. Like, I had a bloodied lip, and just because of the happenstance that I ran to the bathroom and she answered the door, that's complete reversal of how it is usually performed. The abuser is the one that says, you go over there, hide your face, cover that shit up. I'm going to answer the goddamn door. Yeah, I don't know, man. She just has something wrong with her. She just keeps, I'm trying to keep her down, you know, and like they're angry. Like, it's always the dude's angry and stuff. And, but she answered the door. I don't know what she said because I wasn't listening. But I came out and I was like there all meekish, all like scared and shit or whatever. And she was the one like shouting at everyone. And then the girl cop said, come out here to the hallway with me, and so we can have a talk. To this day, I don't know what they said, but I was just standing in there with the 2 dude cops, and I was just like looking around. I remember I looked at the table because there was like a gallon Ziploc bag full
William
of...
Appleton says you should do more live streams like this. This is very interesting.
Every one of them is like this. But I'm starting to tell more truths as I go on, yeah. I was hoping, it's like an ego thing. I was hoping I could get more of an audience, especially whenever I tell the one story. I have a story where I brought my cock out. It was like it was a psychedelic experience that I had, that I did fully bring my cock out. And I want to tell that story so bad, dude. I can't wait to tell that story. But I'm like, dude, that would be such a fucking waste if it's like 2 guys watching, and then what? I get the ability of the place I'm employed could look that up and hear about this shit, and I don't even get to like imagine if I say some stuff on stream that like gets me fired from a job. I need to at least be able to hop onto that as a source of revenue. If it's
Geared
2 guys
Force
watching,
says you can
there's
say the
not
story
fucking
more than
shit.
once.
No. No. For that one, no. There's a few stories I'm saving until AI's made it to where all of our... There's going to be a point where AI makes it to where all of our secrets are known to everyone else. that wants to know them. And so that's a time that I can tell it a little bit before that and during that. Or if I have a large enough following, or during a time where I'm not going to get fired for any of it. I don't know why I would get fired for this job specific, or that why I would get fired from a job for this story specifically. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense, but yeah, no, I don't want to waste it on two guys. I need to tell it because yeah, it's mind blowing. It's a story that like you would literally, if you're drinking a drink, you would spit it out. If I told you the
T4 says maybe you could make like animated story time YouTube videos or something like that.
No, that would put even more pressure on it. That would make it even more and then it would get 20 views and it's me like telling my deepest darkest secret. Holy God, dude. That is hell on earth, what you just described. I thank you for the suggestion, but holy shit, dude, that would be actual hell on earth. Whoa.
William Appleton says, or you can do podcasts.
This is podcast. Or I can do this is podcast. I just need to have these things with like fucking 100 guys or something. I don't know, man. I would tell the story if I had 100 dudes. And don't think that of buying 100 stream views or whatever, because I know that that's a thing you can do. And I know when they're fake.
William Appleton says, I mean a channel.
What?
Garrett Farr says, where is your son's mother now?
She is 2 counties away with a dude that she met at McDonald's. Because so the fucked up scenario where she had a child or whatever was I met her for the first time in like 6 months, where I picked her up and the boyfriend that she left with, that like pushed her down the stairs or whatever, was in the hospital. I don't know if she even told me the full story of this, but he was in the hospital because was I the one that caught? Wait, she was gone, and for that reason, maybe he was driving crazy and then got in a wreck. I don't know if that was because of me. I would have to ask her and get the right information. Or that already happened. She was already like a whore and got the guy upset, and he went and crashed. He was at the hospital, and maybe I even went and picked her up from the hospital. So I was like a piece of shit too. But yes, at this point, dude. And yes, it's probably true what they say, where it's like all it is that's the first person you ever had sex with, and my heart is just locked in on them, and I can't think of anything other than them, and so like that's all I can ever think about. And I'm just fucked, and so like I understand that could be the case. Maybe that is the case. I don't know, but either way, whatever happened. When we had sex, he was in the hospital, like pretty much in a coma from how bad he was fucked up. And there's a story on top of that I'd love to tell at some point, but that would most definitely have to be further towards the moment where everyone can tell the truth, because the world ain't ready for it. But here's one of the funny things, is that I have 2 kids, actually. I have a kid from this woman, and there's this woman that I met whenever I was like 12, and I met her on Skype. I met her on Skype. No, I met her on like one of those early like chat room. Was it Chatterbait? That was always sexual. It was some kind of version like that. Not Chatterbait though, because that was always sexual, but like one of those websites where you can keep clicking next, 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 and it would connect you with a person. And it was back when Skype was a thing. And we found each other on there, and I'm like, okay, what's your Skype? And this is back whenever I was not fucking whatever it's called, antisocial. Yeah, Omegle or Omegle, however you say it. This was whenever I was not antisocial, because I was just fucking talking to people, looking them in the eyes on the webcam and being like, oh yeah, okay, call me. Like, without any drugs at all. I was just, I was super social. And the last time I ever heard from her is that she was in Texas, and then whatever that shit happened that was in Texas where like a storm hit it and like people had a lot of crashes on the freeway because it would freeze over, and they had like a huge freeze over thing. And so I had someone added that was like her friend on Facebook or some weird app I never used anymore. And I messaged her and I'm like, hey, can you message her and see if she's okay? She messaged me. She said she was okay. I was at the point in my life. Here's one of the things they tell you not to do online or anywhere. They say, don't go yapping like I am now. Don't go telling your fucking story to everyone. Do not do it. And I can say, yes, that's probably most likely true. Don't do that. You know what I did though during this time? Oh my God, I would yap the fuck out of dude, as soon as I started talking to a female that seemed receptive at all to hear anything that I had to say, I just spewed everything out. And now it's known as like trauma dumping and all this different shit. For me, it was always just like telling the truth about what the fuck's going on, because I was actually just constantly like trying to think it through it. I wasn't trying to hand it to someone else and say, you figure it out. I was just like constantly in this like fucking mania loop of like, okay, so this happened, then that happened. Okay, so what the fuck? And I'm like, I'm trying to figure it out. So I would just tell the person, but I would tell them all my deepest, darkest secrets, like the things I told you guys that I can't say until I have like 100 viewers, or it's in the future where these things are okay to be said or whatever. It doesn't matter as much. I would just tell every female that I started talking to that shit right out the gate. Immediately I would tell that shit. And I told her the shit about some bad things that happened to things. And she was like, oh my God, okay, you can come live with me. And so we went and met, and either way, the way that it ties these two stories together, the one I had, the mother of my child that I went and either picked up from the hospital, I think it was something like that. It was something even more fucked up, like I picked her up from the hospital from the guy that she was with, and I brought her back home, had sex with her one time, and she got pregnant. And she told me later that the next day, like as soon as she got back, as soon as I dropped her off at the hospital, she ended up having to tell the guy the truth, and then they had sex, which would be prime time for the semen to like get past and win. But my semen my semen won out, which apparently guys are prideful about, which I love that so much, because every time I would tell this story, people were like, dang, like they would love that part about, I never knew that you had to have sex with girls more than one time most of the time to have a kid. I always thought that you would have sex and that would be the time you have a kid, so but yeah, so the first time I ever had sex with her when she was not on a pill or not on something was the time she got pregnant. And we did test the DNA of the baby, and he is mine. It's crazy. If you see him, he just looks exactly like me. But we did a DNA test too. And then the girl that I went and saw, it was the first time I ever, had sex with her, and she got pregnant. And she never was on any kind of contraceptive. And it just happened, and she was so surprised. And I'm like, well, what? We had sex though. And apparently that's not normal. Apparently it's not like, apparently I have very potent semen or something, because it's usually like you have to do it a bunch or something. That's all I want to talk about that. I think I'm at a point where I'm like, that's all I need to say about any of that shit, right? Yeah. What else I want to talk about? World War III. How about that shit? Huh? How about we talk about fucking some World War III? You know? Because I'm confused. I'm confused. Were we not here for some World War III talk? Nobody's here anymore, I think. That's okay.
Geared Force says, I think you talking about your life is more interesting, lol.
Ooh. Hello, Kendrick. I'm here. I'm arrived. Yeah, you and everyone. Stella, I can't wait till I can tell the story of all these crazy events. Some of them, though.
Gear Tweet Force says, do you ever get jealous that they're with other people now?
Saying the bad things they've done. And I would have to be prepared to say the worst things I've ever done if I'm going to put them on blast. And I would have to make sure they're okay with that. So it would have to be in some weird situation times. There would have to be something weird going on in the situation.
Stella Dev says, oh, never mind, I got a dude's now.
I'm allowed to say anything, you know. If I thought anyone was currently in trouble, fuck, someone. I was going to say, if I thought anyone was actually in trouble, then I would say it regardless, but these are all stories now, but there is one circumstance where I don't know what to do about that. Saying anything about anything would only cause, like, oh my god, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Stella Dev
God help us. If this is just around me, the plausibility, like the how many people I've ever interacted with, for it to be like 80% of those people have done the most atrocious acts ever. I don't understand how that makes sense, like how that, you know, God help us. If it's that much, so then what happens when these people have infinite money? And so that's where I end up getting to these points that I end up making about it probably being true that there's people in control. Oh, and who? You keep saying that the people that own them are shit. You idiot. Have you not seen history? There's always going to be a group that owns the most of the shit, and they're the ones that decide what to do with that shit. You know what they're going to decide to do with that shit? Whatever ensures that they keep that shit. But who is they? Are you like a conspiracy theorist? When they were the ones that fucking literally made the word conspiracy theorist to make people feel stupid? So now whenever you hear the word conspiracy theorist, you think, oh, stupid
William Appleton
person.
says, when is your next stream?
And that alone is going to turn a lot of people off if they're listening to this. Because that sounds so insane. I know it does. I know it does. I know it does. It sounds so stupid, dude.
Stella Dev says.
But it's true. They needed a word to where they can just call any of these theories that people come up with. They could call any of them fucking ridiculous and stupid. What game should I? What? This is a serious topic. Stop doing that, please. Do I have this shit on? Was I not able to hear that? Hello? Oh yeah, I don't have this shit on. I wasn't able to hear that. Okay, now I can hear that. Yeah. No, I see that now, William Appleton. I see that now. I just couldn't see. I couldn't hear it. My thing wasn't on because there was such a long period of silence that it turned off. Yes, Stella. I changed it to where you have to type in exclamation point say. So if there's something you want to tell me like you just did, he's going to have to refresh. I think I broke it. If there's something like that you would like to tell me, do what you just did. Just type it. But if there's something that you'd like to say out loud with the exclamation point say, then you say exclamation point say before you say it. But yeah, the last thing you said, which was say, that's not something that you need to say. That's not something you need to say.
Stella Dev says, Ayo!
Okay. Hey, well, I appreciate it, Stella. I hope and I expect you to act better in the future accordingly to how you've just described as being sorry. You said sorry, so now it should be better than that, at least, right? I put a pinch of salt in this water. Let me drink it. It's crazy how little it actually makes the taste different.
Stella Dev says,
I can actually tell, like, makes it taste a little flat or something weird, something not good. God. I've been up to no good, haven't I?
Yeah, I think optimistic. We're seeing some interesting data where
ChatGPT and Parenthood.
Gear 24 says, is this stream going to be saved?
I mean, clearly people have been able to.
So far, there's been no bad words and stuff, so I can save it.
Stella Dev says, Biohazard 07 no Zembempre.
The last one, last night, I had 3 streams. The second one, hold on. The second one I had to keep on Rumble and not on YouTube because people on VR chat, you know, spammed my screen with cock pictures and the N-word. So I had to delete that one. Also because they apparently were finding all my accounts and reporting them. So I had to do it quickly. But it's still up on Rumble if you want to see that. And it's pretty good. I have some jokes in. I kept trying to work on this one joke that I had, which was VR chat had like a rainbow button on their UI, and it would say that they're. You would have to watch the video. It was something about a trans lifeline, and I'm like, I want to get hired.
Stella Dev says, Biohazard 7 no Zembempre.
Yeah, right. So I was like, I want to get hired to that.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, I was like, I want to get hired to that trans lifeline as like one of the guys that answer the phone because someone's going to be calling that shit about
William Appleton says, I watched it already.
Yeah. So there's a lot of tries of that because I kept trying to get it right. And then the third one, I had
Geared
a
4
few
says,
more tries.
I was there for the stream, but I didn't chat.
How interesting. We have it on 2 times speed.
For a long time.
What game should I play, you guys?
Those first few months, it's like constantly. Now,
listen, dude. This is the thing about where I'm at currently. There's nothing wrong with being gay. If you can be born with a third arm.
Stella Dev says, Bio Sebun, Zen Pure I.
Then obviously you're able to be born with some configuration that we've at least seen happen in other people It's like we know that that's possible. A person was born with this configuration of parts, so maybe you could be born with it too. We know women exist where they do actually lust towards men. We know men exist where they lust towards women.
Stella Dev says,
See, Stella. Yeah, we're gonna have to mute you real quick. Yeah, it's okay. That's okay, Stella. We'll just mute you real quick. We'll make sure it's quick. Put user in timeout. I think 10 minutes is good. We did 5 minutes a lot last night. I think 10 minutes is good for right now because you just started doing that shit right away. Right the fuck away. You started doing that shit again. I'm not up for that tonight. No. What was I saying? Gert. What was I saying about, hold on, what was I saying, Gert? Let me type in Gert. Yeah, professional tomfoolery, you don't have permission. You have to have permission to say stuff, and then you also have to type in exclamation point say. Oh God. I think he left? No, come on, be serious. William as the #1 top fan? Be serious, man. You're like literally the best, my most precious fan of all time. William Appleton? Come on, be serious. You're literally my most precious fan of all time. Look, everybody, look. Here's 150 XP right there. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's gay guys and there's straight guys and there's gay girls and there's straight girls. I'm not saying that they don't exist. They're as valid as the other. Because so both sides have to like come to an agreement here, because I'm saying that it is a mutation. If your body suddenly decides that you like the other thing when you are that thing, it's like, well, if you define life as something that's going to create more of itself, that thing is a failed version of itself. But we live in the future. We can fucking supplement it, and we can make it to where you can spread your genes and so, you know, shit. That's as natural as anything. It's nature creating things on top of nature to create more of itself. But it's no less natural than if it just did it by rubbing up against itself or whatever. I understand there can be huge arguments against that, though, but you gotta admit that people can be gay, and it's real. They are born with it, same as you're born liking whatever you liked. There's probably an element within schools where people do follow the herd and do some stuff that they shouldn't do because they're kids, and it's getting taken advantage of, or however you want to look at it. I think most of the adults in play are doing their best, and they are doing it from a place of sincere compassion, and they want to like help the kid. But it's been misguided. It's insane to allow a child that we all agree is a child to decide to cut, or people talk about the cutting stuff, but even less than that, take a drug that stops their hormones from producing, and it isn't reproduced, or it isn't, you can't go back. They literally use that same exact drug to sterilize people within prisons. Now maybe there's situations where you only take it for like a little bit, but then it wouldn't even have its full effects and like what you want it to do, and then you could stop it and take this, and maybe you could play with. And people should do that research. It's a little weird, same as all scientific research. We always have to test this shit on fucking like rats and monkeys first, and it's like, what? We have to put monkeys through this shit first? It's like Neuralink, you know, is the prime example right now of people like paying attention to shit because they want to give Elon Musk scrutiny. But it's like, it is scary to imagine, okay, the next product you want to do is allowing blind people to see. So you're going to have to get blind monkeys, if there's a huge truckload of blind monkeys you can get, or you're going to have to purposefully blind monkeys and put shit in their brain and then cameras on the outside of their body so that they can see on the outside of their body. Maybe they can just blindfold them with like a piece of black shit. Whatever they do, they always have to do this shit. They have to like sever the spinal cord or sever the arms off of like rats and all these different animals to test what they're doing, if it can cure that thing. And so whenever you think like I think, where this is a simulation stacked on top of a simulation that's simulating more simulations, and once you die and wake up, you're going to end up wanting to live every possible life from within this universe. And that is the ultimate level of fairness. It's like there's never going to be a time where you wrong someone and you don't feel what that was like to be wronged by you from your perspective, and now you're this person, and then you're this person, and then and it goes all the way down to fucking like the cellular automata of making up the universe. And that's like in itself, in one universe, fucking infinite and scary as hell, like how infinite that really fucking goes. God help us. That's like too much. But it ends up being fair. It ends up being ultimately fair, perfectly fair. What was I talking about? AI. So if you think like I think, is what I started to say. What was I talking about before that? Shit. Let me look at the chats. Twitch deleted. Oh yeah, something about him being gay. What the fuck was I talking about? I forget, but I acknowledge that what he feels is valid, and there's nothing wrong with that, because people can be born with an extra leg, and that's just how it ends up, you know. But you gotta stop and you gotta ask yourself, okay, well, how many times does a person have to be born with a third leg, like coming out of their chest, for you to be like, you guys stop, okay, something's happening. Why is everyone being born with a third? That's not normal. Why is everyone a third leg guy? Like, why is every single owner of a fucking AI company or anything in Silicon Valley or anything anywhere, one, why are they Jewish? And two, why are they a gay guy? And three, why do they have to adopt little children, boys? I'm just asking a question here, man. I'm sorry. I'm not saying anything by it. Because, like, I see him and I want to trust him. He seems nice. I don't know what's happening. But I'm like, what? Why are everyone's gay? Every time he has a keynote where him and his, like, developers from within OpenAI are talking, I'm like, they're all gay? Like, every one of them. Each one is gay. I don't understand. I'm fucking confused. Why is everyone gay? Why is everyone gay? Why is everyone a Jew? I'm just confused. Are the gays that much smarter and that much more technically advanced than the average person, as well as the Jew. And so those combined just give you an omnipotent mastermind.
William Appleton says, I get it, man.
But I feel like I might need to delete this video now based off of the shit I just said, because I said it out loud and I didn't like use a word that I could step around it. Instead of like saying a gay, you know, like whatever, I instead of like stepping around, I just said the thing I'm actually worried about, man, is that they've been keeping it this controlled this long. They were the ones that made the internet. Okay, you guys? Like, if you want to get deep on this fucking conspiracy shit, they're the ones that made the internet because they knew the advantage it would give them if they were the ones that controlled every pipe where information was sent across the world. Where they would tell the people that they, like, whenever they delivered it to a country, they literally made pipes go across the fucking, like, oceans under, on the bottom of the fucking ocean beds and go over to the European country and spread out. And whenever they'd bring it, the offer to one of the countries, it was like, listen,
Stella
this is
Dev
all,
says, genius.
this is all, I don't know, not copy, it's all, no one can tell what you're saying in this shit. It's all clean. It's all information you're sending back and forth. It's all contained. Whatever it's called, where you send shit on Signal or Telegram, encrypted. It's all encrypted. It's all encrypted. No one's going to find anything out. And you own the actual pipes themselves of everything that everyone's sending back and forth. They knew what they were doing, and they got it done. And for something to have happened in slow motion, like it felt like, where social media
Stella
just came
Dev says,
about,
are you a true Agarthan?
where social media just popped up out of nowhere, and then they're all like, what? I can't see that happening. I'm like, if people are allowed right now to start saying the word Jew at all, they must have already switched cover. Like, I can't understand how they would allow that to happen. Because you can just get kicked. They were kicking people off if you said the word. Like, if you said anything in that lane, you would just get kicked off immediately and no one would think of you. And if you ever tried to complain, the average person in the society would see what you were saying, sorta, and they would see it and they'd be like, oh, far right crazy fucker. Like, that's
Stella
what
Dev says, dude's never been on far right TikTok.
Who? No, that's what I'm saying. If you're talking about me, I'm saying why that's owned by China. So there can at least be an argument made that China wants there to be shit said about the Jews because they are fighting a war not against America, not against Russia, not against anyone, but against the Jew. And so that at least makes sense. Who knows? But whatever. You get what I'm saying, man. I don't know why it's always the Jew. Like, they need to stop being racist, basically. They need to stop being so fucking racist. That every time, it's like they're like, what? Every time anyone does anything bad, it's got to be a Jew. And I'm like, right. Can you guys stop? I want to be able to say someone else does something bad. Why does it every single time have to be you guys? Are you guys fucking racist or something? Why does it always have to be you? Fucking racist fucks. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. But before they would just have you killed by saying this, and now it's allowed to be said. The biggest channels are saying it. Like, you know, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens is really big. Joe Rogan has had people on that have said stuff about all this. huge platforms, and they're able to say this and no one's taking it down. That it could all be natural and actually real, and people within the, Google are suddenly actually opening their eyes to it.
Stella
and they're like,
Dev
oh my
says,
God.
"Are you circumcised?"
Yeah. My son in here, dude, this is some personal information. I don't care about this information, I guess, but my son that's closest, like in the room, in the house, he was circumcised, even though
Stella Dev says, "Why?"
I was telling my girlfriend that I was against circumcision. I'm like, they're literally just fucking cutting parts of your shit off. Like, we just are used to it now, but it's literally like mutilating it's just cutting the parts off that have the most sensation. And the practice started back whenever they were like, okay, no, we need to stop all sensation from sexual feeling so we can stop the sexual hedonistic appetite of a human. So we cut off the part of the dick that feels the most. That's literally where it came from. And I was telling her all about it, and she's like, yeah. And she logically followed it and agreed. But when it came right down to it, and she had the baby, and the baby was right there, and they asked, she's like, you do it. And I'm like, what did you do? She's like, I'm not gonna let him have a weird dick. He will grow up with a weird dick, and he will hate me for it. I'm not going to let him grow up with a weird dick. Even though the idea of it being weird is on us and it's made up. She has a point, and I understand where she came from. The other mother, though, that had my other son, she did allow his fucking cock to remain. Which is interesting. Once they get old enough and like we go and meet each other and like have a time and like we go swim in a pool or whatever, and they have one of those average guy moments where they look at the cock, that'll be funny to see how they're like, what the fuck's wrong with that guy's cock? That'd be a funny situation to have to explain to him. It's like, well, honey, your mom thought that we shouldn't cut the cock, and your mother thought that, well, that little bit that hanged off the end, we needed to cut that shit the fuck off. It needed to go. It needed to go. That is so funny, man. It's fucked up. It's not funny. It's just we live in a society. Let me get a drink of this. Oh, that's yummy. Ooh. Oh, that is yummy. Oh. Yeah, let me go piss in the potty hole. I'm going to keep my headphones
William
on.
Appleton says, I was gone for a bit, so I didn't know if you knew or not, but just in case your camera is off.
Listen to what this fucking fucker says, dude. He's about to release ChatGPT 5, and it is, dude, hold on. Everyone, like, whatever he says is going to be bullshit. Not that interesting, I'm guessing. But as time goes on, everyone hold on for dear life.
Can I ask you questions about, like...
I'm going to keep that phone set on, and I'm going to go piss, and I have this set to 2x speed, so sorry if it's a little too fast. He does speak a little too fast for 2x speed.
I'll message more. I can do the basics, but...
This is normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says words too slow, like, too quickly. Even though, like, hello, my name is Kendrick. Nope, my name is like, he says it in the same length of time from start to finish, but each word is squished down to where it has, like, a huge empty space on either side. I don't know how to explain it.
It was super helpful for that. I spend a lot of time thinking about how my kid will use AI in the future. It is sort of like, by the way, extremely kid built. I think everybody should have a lot.
Sorry, I never want to say that.
Yeah, a lot of my friends at OpenAI, former colleagues and current ones, are having kids, and people go like, "Oh, what about this AI thing?" Everyone I know inside is very optimistic and having families.
I think it's a good sign.
Yeah,
like my kids will never be smarter than AI, but also they will grow up.
Way to set them back there.
I mean, they will grow up like vastly more capable than we grew up, and able to do things that we cannot imagine, and they'll be really good at using AI. And obviously, I think about that a lot, but I think much more about the like what they will have that we didn't than what is going to be taken away. They're like I don't think my kids will ever be bothered by the fact that they're not smarter than AI. Just like, there's this video that always has stuck with me of a baby or like a little toddler with one of those old glossy magazines going like this on the screen.
It thinks it's an iPad.
I thought it was a broken iPad. Yeah. And kids born now will just think the world always had extremely smart AI, and they will use it incredibly naturally, and they will look back at this as like a very, prehistoric time period.
I saw something on social media where a guy talked about he got tired of talking to his kid about Thomas the Tank Engine, so he put it into ChatGPT into voice mode.
Kids love voice mode in ChatGPT.
And he's like an hour later, the kid's still talking about Thomas the Train.
Again, I suspect this is not all going to be good. There will be problems. People will develop these sort of somewhat problematic or maybe very problematic parasocial relationships, and society will have to figure out new guardrails. And but the upsides will be tremendous, and society in general is good at figuring out how to mitigate the downsides.
Yeah. So optimistic. We're seeing some interesting data where used along in classrooms with a good teacher, good curriculum, ChatGPT becomes very good. Used solely by itself as sort of a homework crutch can lead to kids sort of just doing the same thing as trying to Google stuff.
I was one of those kids that everyone was worried I was just going to Google everything when it came out and stop learning. And, it turns out like relatively quickly kids in schools adapt. So I think we'll figure this out.
Think of what you could have become if you didn't Google everything, Sam. So we've seen this adoption figures, which are really insane. It's OpenAI's most popular product. 5 years from now, is it going to be ChatGPT?
I mean, I think ChatGPT will just be a totally different thing 5 years from now. So in some sense, no, but will it still be called ChatGPT? Probably.
Yeah. Okay. So it's still a name. So the other thing we hear is AGI, which I'd like to hear your definition of AGI.
In many senses, if you asked me or anybody else to propose a definition of AGI 5 years ago, based off like the cognitive capabilities of software.
Can I show you hold on, is the cunt here? Is that one cunt video here? Oh my God, dude. You know how you can click right here on the settings cog, and you can go to
William Appleton says,
speed?
Emma, go to bed soonin'.
All right, go to bed soonin'. You know how you can click playback speed, and you can do, I wish I could set it to fucking 15 times faster. I wish I could have this video play 15 times as fast. Holy shit. Download YouTube. Cloudflare? Okay, so you can have it 1080 without sound. 720 with sound. This one I would have to install some shit. We'll do 720p. Alright, and then we'll go and let this video play.
I think the definition many people would have given that is now like well surpassed.
Another drink of Sprite Zero, which we all know what that's.
And
what that
they'll keep getting
means.
smarter. They'll keep improving. I think more and more people will think we've gotten to an AGI system every year. Even though the definition will keep pushing out and getting more ambitious, like more people still agree to it.
You know what it sounds like he's saying? He says.
But we have systems now that are really increasing people's productivity, that are able to do valuable economic work. Maybe a better question is, what will it take for something I would call superintelligence?
Okay.
If we had a system that was
William Appleton
capable
says he
of
sounds
either
like a
doing
walking dead
autonomous
zombie.
discovery of new science or greatly increasing the capability of people using the tool to discover new science, that would feel like kind of almost definitionally superintelligence to me, and be a wonderful thing for the world, I think.
So basically, a lot of it's kind of this gradient where it keeps getting better and better, and each one of our definitions go, oh, this feels like, I felt like that way when we hit GPT-4 internally playing with this. I'm like,
the truth is, whenever we hit AGI, what the fuck? I don't want. Is this what I want? I think this is fucked. This isn't gonna be. Oh, it is an NP4. All right. AI Gen 2. Let's save it there. All right. Yeah. All right. Hold on. So I would need to go to Premiere Pro. Can I do? No. I can probably do it from VLC Video Player. my god, that's quality shit though. But playback, speed. I love this. Everybody pay attention real quick. Real quick. Can you guys see this? Can you guys see this? Let me exit out all this. The only way you control how fast it's playing back is by clicking faster or slower. And there's no, you can't tell like how fast it's gotten, because look, I can keep, oh okay, never mind, it says 0.50 up there. Speed, faster, so it's 2.0, playback, hold on. Now it's just going by 1.0 each time. Yeah, 4.0, speed. 8.0, oh shit, it's doubled it up. Oh, whoa, down. We just went to 8 times though. Hold on, we need to look at this. Can you guys see this? I don't think it shows it. It's like blinking or something weird. Okay, I have to I can't have it zoomed up. As soon as I zoom it up, it doesn't show this. Interesting. Alright, let's display capture turned off. Let's go watch it like this. Watch it like this, right? Watch. Yeah, there we go. And we can turn it up past 1,000, I think. What? Where's the sound, bitch? Where's the fucking sound, dude? Playback slower. Alright, can 4 do it? Yeah, let's watch this. Look at how this fucking madman, by the way, walks down the fucking street. Look at this fucking freak. Johnny Ive. Look at him. Look at him how he walks down the street. He's like Bowser. He's menacing. Do you see how he's fucking swinging his arms? Hold on, let's go back. This is important shit. These people are the ones deciding how we interface with God. That's the funnest thing about these two guys, is they're the guys that are deciding how we interface with God, and if we should feel bad about ourselves. Hold on, look.
His shoulders.
Oh, I have to turn off window capture and go back to display capture.
Incredible responsibility, but his curiosity, his humility.
Look how dude. And here's the thing, he really could be a great guy. He could be a great guy. I don't know. But the whole thing is them talking about how good of a guy both of them are.
Remain utterly inspiring.
Isn't it crazy whenever you listen to shit in fast mode and then suddenly you switch it back to normal mode and it's like, damn, they're talking slow. They're like, Here's one
William
thing.
Appleton says there's a weird flashing white thing in the background.
Yeah, it's because I haven't flipped the camera back around and it's like picking up something. I don't know. There's some boxes here and shit that it's picking up. Let me take one more drink of the Sprite Zero and then I'll flip it back towards my face. You're right. I just don't want it on video, me taking huge, enormous, ungodly amounts of swigs of the Sprite Zero. Ooh. That shit tastes like fuck. That shit tastes like dick. Ooh wee. That shit
William
really
Appleton says,
like
did you
fuck.
say Sprite?
Yeah. It's a joke because actually I'm drinking alcohol.
William Appleton says, I want Sprite now.
I always make a joke. I always act like I'm drinking Sprite, but the only reason I would want to hide it is because it's actually alcohol. And more than I want to hide from the fact that I am drinking alcohol on a semi-regular basis, the only time I listen, here's one thing that I would say. The only time
William Appleton says, "Oh,
the only time you'd ever, well, obviously the only time you would ever see me drinking alcohol is the only time I would show myself doing it. But those are the only times I drink. I would never drink alone. That's when I know I've fucked up.
Stella Dev says, put that."
Oh my god. It actually spared us, Stella. It spared us. That's crazy. Here, let me zoom out of my fucking face, dude. That's too close to my face. Is that still from the Stella one? Wow. Wonder how many points that cost me on the 11 Labs website. Like if it cost per like how long it is. That is too long. That is way too long! That's way too long! Too much time! It's been spent on that single message! Can I tell how many points that one's used? That is way too much time, man. Good God Almighty. It's like cicadas. It sounds like cicadas in the night. It's like you're outside in the wilderness and there's like bugs all around you. What the fuck was that?
Stella Dev says, put the fries in the bag.
Holy shit, dude. Oh yeah. That's the one time I will know that I've gone too far is if I drink alcohol and it's purely just for my own enjoyment. So far, fingers crossed, which is a bad thing to cross. Like, fuck. Like, I know it would be best. Most of my videos, if you go back through my videos, they were all me being sober as fuck, dude. None of them were me being drunk. None of them. So, best case scenario would be going back to that point and just being sober again. I would love that. I would love that more than anything. Please God. And people are always like, people talk about, I wish I had motivation. I wish I had motivation. Bitch, I wish I had, all you got to do is stand up and get up. Do what you got to do. Well, I've experienced
William
myself.
Appleton says, oh, shoot.
I've experienced myself as that and the other. And as that, the thing that had the motivation.
William Appleton says,
it literally
that was my bad. It
literally was as simple as, oh, I just feel like doing it now. Now I wake up, I'm like, my eyes wake up in the first thing in the morning, and I'm still remembering some of my dream, and now it's like halfway gone.
Stella Dev says, Kendrick, I have a photo of you on my wall that I come on every night. Kendrick Poopy.
You're not making, you're lying. You're lying. Send a picture. Man, tell me that you send a picture to prove it. I forget. You won. You made me forget what I was even fucking talking about, man. Go fuck yourself. No, I can't even plug it. Oh my god. Skibby pibby, dibby bop bop. Dude, I'd love some behind the scenes. Dude, I would love to be a YouTuber that's big enough to get a behind the scenes featurette on Skibbity Toilet made by whoever that one fucker is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. That's what I was really excited about. I was getting excited about. If I were to have kept pursuing being popular within monkey games or whatever the fuck, it was going to be monkey games, but like anything, if I kept doing that and I got big enough, then the other big people that were big in that arena would have to respond to me if I said anything against him. Oh my god, dude. Then it's like it's like you have a fistful of like, here's what a normal person is, how big they
William
are.
Appleton says, imagine being known as the monkey guy.
There's dude, I purposefully avoid the videos. There's 1,000 guys that have a lot of subscribers that play monkey games. I purposefully don't watch them because you know why? I'm gonna get jealous and I don't want to watch it. I don't want to know that they exist. So imagine a dude is this big, right? His arms are like that long, and then the grenade is that big, and then he just pulled the like clip out of the grenade thing, and he's holding it in his hand. And imagine I squish them all together, and all their organs and like splits out the side, and all I'm holding is the huge bundle of grenades. What was I saying that for? Two friends.
Johnny's.
Look how this fucking freak walks, dude. I want to believe that he's a good guy, man. So bad. Johnny Ive is like one of the main guys
William
that brought
Appleton
Apple
says,
to Apple.
Don't be jealous over a goy being a lot of views on a free game that has monkeys
Oh,
in it.
yeah. That would be so funny, dude. If I could... I know. That's my worst quality. True, I know. Yeah, I know. That's why I laughed about it, because it's just stupid. But it would be so funny if I got... I don't know what their numbers are, but like 100,000, whatever the fucks. And I made a video at one point about Big Scary's guy. The guy that made Big Scary, Shrek. His name is Shrek. I said Shrek. I don't even think I said a specific thing. I said fuck you, Shrek. And I'm like, just starting drama. And I made another video.
William Appleton says, the audition?
I started another video. What? That was like
William Appleton says, I mean the stream.
About what? An audition for who? What are you talking about, by the way? Can you just answer me that?
Stella Dev says, when will I return?
When will I return? Somebody kill everybody watching me right now. We're going to kill them. We're going to make sure that they're dead. These are some good...
William Appleton says, not the audition.
Let me look.
Stella Dev says, Kendrick, you should play some VR horror game stream.
I know. What game, though? So, it was a monkey game. I don't think any of these would have ever been a monkey game. So, it was whenever I at least first made a monkey game.
Stella Dev says, try Lethal Company VR or something.
These are all Bone Lab. That's this game. That's VR Chat. That's Bone Lab. That's shit.
William Appleton says,
ever, I think.
Try Hell Split Arena or Half-Life Alyx.
What is that? What's Hell Split Arena? Is that what God is? Five Night Freddy? Bone Lab. This is Roblox. This is Pomni. This is Roblox. This is...
William Appleton says, look it up.
Dude, where...
Stella Dev says...
here's the most recent monkey game. Here's the most recent monkey game. You wanted me to play what now? What game did you want to see me play? Way up here, though. What did I do wrong? Hello? What am I looking for? Hey, God?
Stella Dev says, Lethal Company VR mode.
William Appleton says, Half-Life Alex.
We got competing theories of everything.
William Appleton says, Hell Split Arena 2.
Listen, man. What the fuck's the matter with you? These are all really good videos around this time, though. Like around this time, starting from this point onward, like this point onward, are really fucking good. Even this point, wow. Yeah, I forget a lot. So much of this is so silly, dude. That one's a good one. That one's a good one. That one's a good one. I like that picture. He's like holding a drink and he's like drinking piss out of it. That's okay. I like this picture, how it says, oh shit, my bad. This picture right here, how it says Andrew Tate. And he has like a fist punch. I like that one. I do like that one actually. It got me excited as all. Now let me put like this here. What game should I play? Fuck you guys. Are you trying to make fun of me? Is this some kind of fucking make fun of time? You cunts. Stella says something?
Stella Dev says, Lethal Company VR mod.
Let me send you some emojis, Stella.
William Appleton says, Half-Life Alex.
Who said that? William Alex?
William Appleton says, Hell Split Arena 2.
Who said that, though? Hon, we gotta be allowed to make ourselves die. We shouldn't be allowed to allow that, right? Oh, these fucking death.
Flexing ain't no such thing. If you actually thought about it for at least a second, you could realize something like that. Ain't no such thing. If you actually thought about it for at least a second, you could realize something like that.
Realize that there's a landmine right here?
Ain't no such thing, buddy.
Quick share.
Yeah, well, you need to change your name tag, bro. You need to change it to my friend. Come here, bro.
I can't do it. Quit looking at my
I typed in ass and it
William
said
Appleton says, play Half-Life Alex.
Would you ever appreciate yourself being described as having a pedigree? Would you think that's like some whack shit? Or... Yeah, this game is so good in VR, man. This game seems like it was meant to be like a standalone quest game. Hello? And this is how it hands it to you when you're in VR. So you can actually hit people like this. Ah! What happened?
Great. Asset.
What is that?
Asset?
What did you say, man?
No, listen, it says, alright, it says it.
Hey, drop down and give me 20 and look at me while you do it, too. We're gonna be running when we get to the next spot, bro. You need to get your stretches in right now. Huh?
What?
Oh, ain't shit down here then. Damn, okay. Ain't nothing down there, but what the f you hit me for, you stupid son of a bitch? It's too dark. Huh? No! Huh. Too many damn turrets, huh? Oh, God. What? that shit was some bullshit, bro. I ain't about that shit. I ain't about that shit, bro. Alright, this one should be easy peasy. I know all about this map. I know everything to do with this map. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about that part, though. Is that guy dying from bugs? Can you die from bugs? Electric bugs? Here, I'll go inside and see if there's anything special. Ah! I never knew doors could tell you stuff like that.
Hello?
What is this room about? Can somebody tell me the lore of this room, pretty please?
A guy lives in here. Kind of a shit bedroom, in my opinion.
I bet he does some flamingo shit where he locks his right leg in and just teeters on it.
Oh, yeah.
Flower boy. Speaking of flower
It's 8 o'clock.
We need to get the hell out of here. So we found one thing. Damn. I see you sneaking, looking pretty good about it. Oh, damn, that guy's getting f***ed up. Oh, and he's got the wheel. We gotta get the wheel. That was our only thing.
That thing hears you?
Oh, there's no way to get it now.
No, we could sneak. Oh my fucking god. Alright, we're leaving.
I like this place. It's got grass and it's got a nice little song going on to it.
Oh! That almost locked me out. What the heck? Oh, we're good. Hey,
why is he over there?
He fucking teleported.
Yeah, that bitch was scared.
William
That's why he
Appleton
teleported. I know
How do
why
you play
bugs
League?
teleport
Colin played with me on
sometimes.
this? That sounds like Colin.
Yeah.
Is this where that turret was?
Someone at Collins on the Discord. Say, did he play with
dude,
me on
it's
this?
right there! How do we not see that shit?
Are you okay? Oh.
Not
no,
that
I don't
guy.
think he's okay. I need to grab his body, though. Oh, and
William
that thing,
Appleton
too.
says, is it on Quest
Some
2?
shit's... Did you die? Fuck you, Bob! Hold on.
Uh-oh. Can't believe blood is posted up on me like this. Leave this video a like if you feel lonely.
Dumbass bug. Oh, you're a soldier.
Sometimes I forget when I watch my own videos.
What? Do you see it shaking around? That's nice. That's a large blob. Right, I'll stand over here so he kind of comes this way, and then we can jump over him the other way.
Okay, we're good now. Oh, shitty.
Another blob? Fuck! Oh, there's a fire exit back here. What's that supposed to mean, buddy?
See which one it is?
Yeah, but what's that supposed to mean, buddy?
Anyways.
No, I don't hear Colin. Hello?
Alright, gave me a shove. Alright. I could bring this dude back. Took him in my bed. There's bunk beds, ain't there? Yeah, actually, I know for a fact there's bunk beds. I could put him to rest. It's almost nighttime. We gotta make it over there. Oh, bend over, bro. Ah! Ah! See, that could be like a YouTube short or something. Oh, he's up top. You see that, dude? He's up top. You see that, Ron? We could take a little pit stop. Hold on. Yeah, look at him. He's peeking. He likes watching it. Oh, we don't have no bunk beds neither. You gotta buy him, I guess. Well, he can lay right here for now, at least. Yeah, God's my savior. Hey, he ain't alive no more, buddy. We gotta leave this joint. Watch out behind you! Green? I got a green flashlight? Wow. Yo, that's pretty dope, man. I never realized I could get a green one like that, bro. I never realized it. It's kind of weird that was something to laugh at. Motherfucker sees an excited gamer and thinks that's something to laugh about. Hello?
Please subscribe. I love you. Please.
Huh? Yo, it's me, Brody's being good boys in here.
We're leaving. Apparatus has been taken. Go, go, go.
What the hell happened? I hear little dings happen and it makes me happy, so that should be good, right? Yeah, I got the VR mod, so I can kind of go in for a hug. Just give you a little quick hug about it, though. Yep. There we go.
I died and you were just like, hello?
Maybe I don't know how to play this game so well. Maybe this is my first time playing. You ever think about that? And so you're just gonna make fun of me for it?
In that case, we'll go to somewhere easier. Charge your flashlight here, by the way.
What did the teleporter just do, though?
It teleported you. Here, it
How do you do that, though?
Someone has to be on ship, and it will drop all your items when you teleport.
Oh, so there ain't really even a reason to do that.
It's really good when there's like 4 or more.
Why are all
people.
gamers gay? I love this guy.
Yeah, but if nobody was on ship and then we could go on to the ship, just me and you, and hold hands about it.
We need to figure
Is that a
out.
good strat?
No, we actually need to do quota.
Oh, what's this special one?
Don't take it, don't take it, don't take it yet. What? It makes it turns off all the lights and makes more enemies spawn. We don't want that yet.
Oh, well, can I go grab some from over here?
Yeah, you can take this if you want.
Oh, I don't want to hold this shit. Get it on my face, matter of fact, bro.
Hello?
Hey, what are you doing down there, bro? There's a turret right next to
That game in VR makes me feel cozy. TBH making me feel some type of cozy all over. LOL.
You guys, what game should I play? You guys. Nobody's anywhere.
William Appleton says, Hell Split var.
Hell Split?
the balloon glitch.
This one's a little bit cringy, but it is fast paced. I'll try to find Hell Split.
The balloon glitch. There's a reason we're here at the beach. You know why I'm here? I wouldn't just be here for no reason. The balloon glitch? The only place it happens is at the beach. Let me tell you something, just between me and you, hold on. The only place that has water is at the beach. I love these balloons. I love the balloons. This is not the glitch, but I found out you can get inside of there. Uh-oh. I think you might be asking yourself something you're gonna ask. What's the balloon glitch? Uh-oh. Oh, come on, everybody. Come on. First things first, let's go and put them in the water. Watch what happens when we put them in the water. They do sink slow. Look at this. Look at this. Look how they fall into the water. Hold on. Can you get a good look at them? I'm trying to throw them right there. Right there. So now that we've established a baseline for what the average balloon... and now I want to show you where the glitch comes in. God, I want my neck to break one. I want my neck to... Let me show you where we're at. Let's get some balloons. We got two nice colors. I'm not gonna lie, these are two nice colors. Let's go ahead and take a look. Take a look at this, guys. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that. Hold on. Look how that thing is spinning. Oh god, I wish I could get closer. The best source of balloons is right down there, actually. Matter of fact, oh god. They never said glitching would be easy. That's one thing you're gonna have to learn quick if you want to choose the glitching lifestyle. It ain't gonna be easy. Ain't nothing about this easy. Does this look easy to you? Does this look like a fun little time? No! I can only carry two at a time, but that's okay.
Get it? Because it's a pile of balloons. A pile of balloons must be the most fun looking activity that you could do. The most easiest fun activity possible.
Pay attention!
This one's actually good. This is the funniest moment I've ever had dealing with a moderator. I think that's where this is. I think.
I have reported this world for glitching out, but I'm gonna have to report the next world.
Yeah, report all of it.
Every Horizon World server comes with a community guide. They are paid to make sure everyone is being good. Today, I will show you how to defend yourself against the...
You might need better Wi-Fi, buddy.
I do?
Yeah, you might need to flex some arms, get some push-ups in. You need to flex some arms, get some...
This is the second thing I said on this server.
Push-ups in. Hey, I'm not having no glitches, no problems, so you need to back up from me, okay? You're actually invading my space, and I'm getting scared for my safety. Can I back up? If I back up, are you going to follow me? Can I ask you that? If I back up, are you going to follow me? Can I back up? Can I back up? That was scary, Vegeta.
2 community guides. The community is guided AF on this server.
Their guided. There were a lot of news stories about, because they advertised, Facebook did, they advertised their game as something that's not a game. So dude, this was the coolest game in the world to play for my sake, because I could get interactions with 40-year-old women. The least likely people to ever play a video game. Holy shit, dude. The least likely people to ever even touch a gamepad. And it was so exciting, man. I was so happy. But I knew that they had bad press. They had bad things where it said people were getting sexually harassed in VR, meaning that someone in VR took their digital hand and placed it near where their digital private areas would be, and they would, like, move them around or whatever, and then those people felt violated. And then they would write a fucking publication on their website or whatever the fuck saying, I got raped in the metaverse. And so I knew that these fuckers, the people that were there in every server to make sure none of that happened, were extremely on edge about that. So if I started yelling, you're making me feel uncomfortable, are you wanting to touch me? Oh God, no, and I started panicking about it, that would be the ultimate tool to use in my defense. So they would be like, oh shit, I can't let that happen. So that's my description of what just happened right there.
That was scary, Vegeta.
2 community guides. The community is guided AF on this server. On God.
That was scary. I honestly thought he was going to keep pursuing me. In my personal space, I thought he was going to keep pursuing me. And I'm recording right now. 200 people are watching. So I'm glad some people are going to be held accountable if they started to pursue me while I ask them to back away. I'm backing away. I'm backing away from you, Goober. I'm backing away from you, Goober. Please do not pursue me. Please do not pursue me. If you get in my personal space, I might have to self-harm.
Awareness.
Please do not pursue me. Please do not. Hey, bro. How you doing, Nate?
That's another trick you can employ. If you say suicide awareness, you have to say the word awareness after it, and it's fine. YouTube, they don't care if you say awareness after it. Self-harm awareness. See? They don't care. That's good. That's actually good. That'll get it boosted. Like, you'll be seen by more people if you say, suicide awareness or self-harm awareness month.
Hey, dab me up right quick, bro. Yeah, you're looking good out here with them glasses and that big ass nose, bro.
Excuse me, Kendrick. I'm sorry for the way I approached you.
Hey, it's alright. Sometimes I get so scared in this game I can't handle myself. I get so scared I need a community guide to help me out.
It's okay. I'm trying to be your friend. Now I know high fives, and now I know dabbles too. Now I know.
Look, I'm gonna remove my guy so you can see what. Now I know high fives, and that is how he said it. Look right here. Look, that emoji, that is how he said it.
Help me out.
It's okay. I'm trying to be your friend. Now I know high fives, and now I know dabbles too. I don't know a lot of stuff.
Oh, the community guys
stop swinging at people. You're gonna make people feel uncomfortable, man. God, he needs to get fucking banned. And I didn't mean to say a curse word. I didn't mean to. Oh, I'm being naughty. I'm saying it. Oh.
He's got a big nose and I like that about him. Nate, come here, bro. Give me a hug. Can you come in for a hug? When you swing on me, it makes me feel like safe and in my space. I like to be safe in my little spot. And when you swing on me, it makes me feel that way. So I think these community guys need to actually give you a plus. Like, instead of banning you, they need to give you a plus. Like, this guy makes people feel safe in their little spot. That's what they need to tell you, Nate. That's what they need to give you. Oh, God, he's pointing at me. He's clicking on me. Oh, God. He's giving me a plus, ain't he?
You are now entering the Riz zone.
Stay there and I think about it too sometimes. It's the thing about me, princess. Like, should I stay down here and I start, like, doing little sighs about it too sometimes. I stay down here on this concrete. I stay down on this concrete and I'm like, man, I could do this or I could do that. So that ain't my problem, really. That's what I try to say about the princess. Let me go talk to the popcorn getters.
I feel you, Kendrick.
Hey, chill, boy, man. Sometimes I go out here and I stand here and I look at the people and I say, how you doing out here looking like that? Coming out here, getting the popcorn out of the thing, too. I'm all about that popcorn.
No, I don't care.
Black Magic is full of trolls and roasts and people who roast. It's like a comedy.
Oh, that's crazy, because actually I've heard otherwise, and that's not true what you're saying. Do you like to lie to people? Do you like to lie to people? Do you like to come up to people and say lies?
I understand you're emotional right now, but don't worry, I'm your friend.
You need some popcorn, bro.
I can't. I'm allergic to butter. I just use oil, canola oil, for substitute.
Yeah, I think that's going straight to your head, bro. I think that's inflaming your brain or something. And that,
look at the emoji.
That's
Is
why
anyone here, by the way? Someone say something in chat for 1 second at least. Hello?
William
fuck?
Appleton says something.
Okay. I got scared for a second. I thought I was all alone. And then I would have been real scared. I might go check this game out after
I'm
this.
your friend.
you need some popcorn, bro.
I can't. I'm allergic to butter. I just use oil, canola oil, for substitute.
Yeah, I think that's going straight to your head, bro. I think that's inflaming your brain or something, and that's why you're talking like that. That's crazy that corn pops into that shape, that texture. That's crazy that corn just does that out of nowhere.
Oh, it's been that way, Kendrick. You're a little late, buddy.
Why try to make this video 8 min long if it's not going to get shared by YouTube anyways?
Right. Usually I always try to make it 8 minutes long. Now this one's 4 minutes and 49 seconds long. Shit, yeah, and fuck yeah, dude.
Muthu says, how do I prepare my soul for World War III?
I made a tweet. Let's go to Twitter, I guess. I think it still stands. So if I go to my Twitter, and so from A Kendrick, singularity. This one. So far, the 3 rules I'm able to come up with in preparing for the singularity, it should say are, but I said is, and that's okay. Maybe I should listen to rule number 3 for that part right there. Either way, number 1, assume everything is conscious and act accordingly. So that means all the animals we eat. Maybe you decide to keep eating them. Maybe you decide their level of consciousness and how much they feel pain within these little confined spaces we grow them in and slaughter them in. Maybe that amount of pain that they feel is worth it to eat a tasty burger. Maybe you think that. Or you assume everything is conscious. That means that the microbes floating through the air are conscious. They are. To a different degree than we are, but they're conscious nonetheless. And so whenever you start to clap your hands or whatever might kill them, you light a fucking lighter or something and they all start to die by the millions. Like, it's like, oh my God. So if I think everything's conscious, I must stop in my tracks and not hurt another soul by moving my body in any which way. That's not what that means. It means assume everything is conscious and act accordingly. So there is a bit of leeway in there where it's like, what do you think is the right thing to do? You can't just stop walking so you don't ever step on the trillion like microbiome things on the ground and squish them and tear them apart. There has to be something. Yeah. You assume everything's conscious though. That's step number one. And act accordingly. What do you think? Do you think you should stop walking around the world because every cell is alive? Or do you think you should stop somewhere around where something is as large as us and has a brain as big as us and eyes as big as us, and we grow it in a 1-by-1 cell from birth till growth, and then we slit its throat and take all the skin and all the guts out of it just to have that little bit of meat and eat it, like the whole time we're growing it up? And so I'm not trying to say that we were fucking fucked up in the head to be doing that this entire time. No, that's what life is. If I was spawned in on an island and I had no tools or anything, I would be the first motherfucker to dive after a fucking little cute parakeet or whatever the fuck and dig its eyes out from its skull and suck the brain out of its head. I would eat that shit whole. Obviously. That's the that's the game we're in, and it's gonna suck for that thing, and I'm going to live the life of that thing sooner or later. As infinite time passes in the layer above ours, I'm gonna end up living that life. And that's just the way it goes. God help us. But it would make you stop doing certain things if you really believed everything is conscious and act accordingly. If everything's conscious, okay, I'm going to stop doing that because that's fucked up. Okay, oh, I need to stop shit. Okay, number 2, assume everything and everyone, and this is the hard part, but it's true. Assume everything and everyone can see, hear, feel, and think everything that you can. A lot of people would be stopped in their tracks and they're scared. Like the deer's in a headlight. Deer, like a fucking car speeding towards them and they're just like, no. But that's true. It's absolutely true. Look up. It gets kind of esoteric pretty quickly. And
William
little bit
Appleton
weird.
says, are you ending the stream soon?
No. You can go and get out of here if you want to get out of here. But you can look up it's a podcast. They haven't made a video out of it yet. It's a podcast currently, and it's called the telepathy tapes. Telepathy, as in like being able to mind read. And that's what the government said they've been able to do. They've said that they've done Project Stargate before this new thing that they've called Project Stargate, and they said that they're able to really actually remote view.
William Appleton says, yes, now I have a reason to stay up.
Remote view, which is out-of-body experience. People are like, they said they were able to create a program, create a set of situations that they make for themselves where they lay back and they imagine themselves and focus on like they have headphones on and they have binaural beats that go and they're like, and then they come out of their body, and then they will ask that person before they do this, go to the room next to ours which is a double-blind placebo. The person telling them to do this hasn't seen what's in the room, and they haven't seen what's in the room. But in that room, someone else placed a fucking piece of envelope, like a piece of paper with paper inside of it. They placed an envelope in that room on the table, and then this person is able to go out of their body, walk into that room, pick up the envelope, open it, and look at what's inside of it. Now, if you had a camera inside that room, it wasn't like that shit was actually picked up and floated and like was looked at. But nonetheless, that person was able to tell you exactly what was written on that piece of paper. And that's how the stories go. And there are countless stories from our government trying to convince us of that fact, that that this is true. And they make it sound like it's like, oh, we wish we didn't have to tell you because this is our biggest pride and joy secret, but oh, it is true. Ooh. I don't know, man. It could, like, I've had experiences with my dreams where the first thing I ever had, like before I even thought that this thing was a guardian angel, I had a dream because I knew what DMT was. I had DMT trips, and I was like following, because all my dreams were lucid. So I was following a person in my dream, always asking them, "Are you part of the DMT? Are you DMT? Like, are you the same things that is in DMT? Like, what is the difference between dreams and DMT? Are you my own? Are you something I made up, or are you from DMT space?" And that's always what I was asking them. I was constantly trying my hardest to ask them these questions. And in this certain instance, it was a crying girl that just happened to be what it was. And my dumb ass, I just kept asking that question. I'm like, "Are you DMT? Are you DMT?" And she just kept like walking further and further away from me until she got into like, I mean, technically, the actual circumstance was like she went through the back of a van, like the back of one of those vans that are for CIA usage or whatever. It's like it had computers on the walls on either side of the van, and like I went inside of it, and she went inside, and then I followed her, and I'm like still asking her this question, like, "Are you DMT? What is DMT? Who is DMT? What is DMT?" And she
William
just was
Appleton
like,
says, "Good night, Kendrick.
and
Hope
she
you
looked
have a
at
good
me,
night
and
and
she
day.
just
I
started.
will be here for
She
the
started
next stream."
crying, and she just and slowly I was woken up. I was waking up, and then out of like I knew I was waking up, and then I shouted, "What's wrong?" I just shouted, "Wait, you're crying. What's wrong?" And then it pulled me back, like zoop, and then I was there, and it was crystal clear, clearer than any dream I've ever had in my life. It was like zoop, and then I was like looking at an actual person standing in front of me. It was like it was real life suddenly. Like before it was like a foggy dream, it was a weird thing, and then I'm like, "What's wrong?" And I was like almost about to wake up, and then it just went and yanked me towards it, and I'm sitting here in front of this girl, and she's like, "What's your password?" I'm like what's your password? Like my Apple password, or yes, what's your password? And I'm like, it's either this or this. And I told her like the two different versions of my password I used for everything. And I'm like, why? And then she just kept staring at me, and then I started waking up slowly, and then don't knock on my door. I shot up, like I literally sat fully up in my bed, and my brother knocked on my door, and he said, "Yo." I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "What's Mama's password?" We call our grandma Mama. And what's Mama's password? I'm like, it's either this or this. Okay. And then he walked away, and then I lay back down. I'm like, because my heart's beating because I shot up so fast because such a loud knock. It was such a loud knock. And then I'm like, wait a fuck. Whoa. No, okay. And so I stopped myself before I went and asked him, because I'm like, okay, he could have been on the phone before he ever knocked on the door, and I could have overheard it, And I knew that they were talking about the what was the password. And so I'm like, oh shit, okay, so what would be the perfect thing to ask him to make sure that that wasn't the case, that this wasn't the case, that that wasn't the case. And so I got up and I went out there and I'm like, hey, were you talking to Mama on the phone? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, were you talking to her like before? I recorded a voice memo after this, so it would be better to reference that. But it was clear proof. It was like, unless he lied, he could have lied, but it was clear proof. And I'm like, okay, so what did she say before you knocked? And he's like, she didn't say. I didn't knock. And I'm like, you didn't knock on my door? He's like, no, I just said, Kendrick, what's her number? Or what's her password? And I'm like, you didn't knock, but that's what woke me up. It was like, don't. And
William
I just shot the fuck up.
Night, Kendrick, next stream.
Good night, my man. And I shot the fuck up. And I'm like, why? All that's to say, that's the first time life gave me a little wink. If you read some of Carl Jung, he talks about synchronicities. He talks about, and there's a new video out. I sent the link in for it for my Discord. I don't know why it does it, but something's happening, and God help us. And so I asked him, and yeah, it seemed like that was the first time life ever said, like it ever poked me and is like, hey, we're here, like pay attention, like yeah. And it was the perfect way to describe it to me, because if I hadn't worried about what she was crying about, that was purely egotistical. I'm like, no, tell me if you're DMT or not. But it was only whenever I was like, I worried about her, whatever this was, and I'm like, wait, what's wrong? Then it brought me back, and it's like, okay, now you can know. And it's like, what's your password? And I'm like, what password? Your Apple password. And then knock, 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 wake up. What's Mama's password? What password? Like her iPhone password. It's this one or this one. Okay. And then I'm like laying there and I'm like, and I ran and I'm like, hey, did you talk about it before you knocked on my door? Like, did you say anything like about it? He's like, I didn't knock on your door, man. She called me and I just said, okay. And I went to your door and I said, hey. And that's the first thing I said. And you said, what back? It's crazy shit, man. So that's the, either way. Someone says, what happens when there's World War III? I don't know how much these things apply, but I think they apply at least some. Assume everything is conscious and act accordingly. That doesn't mean you can't move your body anymore, so you don't hurt a microbiome. But that means you gotta at least acknowledge that microbiome exists and act accordingly. Assume everything and everyone can see, hear, feel, and think everything you can. That's the weirdest part, but it's true. All your thoughts will be known by everyone else pretty soon here, if we're left alive, if they decide to leave us alive. Constantly work on improving your ability to communicate. So if there's anything you work on, try to figure out how to communicate better. Yeah, well, that's it. What was the first time I ever said the word singularity? In 2020, I said singularity is coming to wrap us back on over ourselves. And that is actually my little thing right here. We're coming to wrap us back on over ourselves. Again. I even added again right there. That's just talking about the singularity where we reach the pinnacle and then we end up creating the whole thing over again, and we just keep going. And it's just a constant fuck. You understand what I'm talking about? Do you understand what I'm talking about? We have 0 viewers. Let me go ahead and look real quick. You guys. Yeah, I posted earlier 5.5 days ago. We're gonna end up seeing a goddamn nuke go off recorded on an iPhone. And that'll be nuts. I don't think Iran has the nuke. Part of me was about to say I wish they did, but God, that's wrong. God, that's wrong. It can't. No, I don't want anything like that to happen. But for some reason, there's a part of me that actually does think about all of this stuff, and it's like, yeah. And I'm like always trying to stamp it down. Like, what the fuck is the matter with you? Why would you ever even be like, yeah, about that? I don't know. I have no clue what the fuck that's about. God help us, you know? Yeah, no one's watching this shit anymore. That's fine. Yeah, we got 2 guys watching. Yeah, we'll kill that, kill that, kill that, kill this. We got, how many people are watching this? 3? No such thing as 3 dudes. Maybe Rumble are the least likely people to ever comment. Are the least likely people. Rumble, stand up and let yourself be heard. Rumble, stand up and let yourself be heard, Rumble. If you're one of these 3 motherfuckers, say something in chat right now. Right the fuck now. Ooh la la, ooly, ooly, booly ba. Ooly, toot, toot, tati, to. How do I, join a new game? What's the game I should play? We only got 2 people in here. What game should I play again?
William Appleton says, I'm back. I can't go to sleep.
Yo, man, what game should I play? How the fuck did all these things happen? The last thing I saw was this. Did this much shit really happen in the time that I said that? I'm confused. Live chat.
William Appleton says, Half-Life Alex.
Oh yeah. I never ended up finishing that game because I would play it with my son. And it's like one of those things where I know it's so good, I don't want to finish it. Like, there's this guy called Terrence McKenna, and it's the only person I've ever known that isn't like a family member that I'm genuinely sad about dying.
William
like
Appleton
that they
says,
died.
try battle talent then.
What are you talking about? Terrence McKenna, he died. And I'm genuinely
William
sad.
Appleton says, the demo is free.
I'm genuinely sad that Terrence McKenna died. And I wish he was still alive. Let me wipe these lenses off. We're only at 1:30 a.m. That's good. I'm gonna take this off. I'm gonna turn this off.
William Appleton says, I can tell you how to get mods too.
What game are you even talking about, bro? Try battle talent? The fuck are you talking about, dude? Ain't shit ever been called that in my life, dude. Battle talent?
William Appleton says, yes.
Ain't shit I've ever heard in my life been called that. I'll just start blowing in this thing. It checks how much poo-poo I have in my lungs.
William Appleton says, try it. You'll probably like it.
Yeah, I just have to blow in it whenever it starts beeping or else it... Oh shit, I got a bunch of poo-poo in my lungs. 0.19. How bad is that? How much poo-poo does that mean? I think that actually might be a lot. So is that actually like pretty good then? That I'm that unlikely to be super duper drunk with a 0.19. Launch Steam VR. We're gonna launch Steam VR and then we're gonna open OVR Toolkit. Now I'm gonna show my sexy pectorals and my sexy laterals. What does that mean? What would a lateral be? Get that one faggot back in here. Where's the gay guy? Nothing wrong with being gay, by the way. Stella Dev. Where's Stella Dev at? Where's Stella Dev? OVR Toolkit, there we go. Skippy Pippy. Bap Bap. OVR Toolkit, there we go. Oh, look how much tinier I am down here. Wow. Did I put the little things of salt down on here? Oh my god, dude. Did it catch that? Whoa. Hold on. Someone say in chat if it caught that. Now that I know that nothing got, I think, let me not jinx it. Let me dry everything off as much as I can. I think nothing got ruined by the water. Nothing got waterlogged and like fucked up. That was refreshing as hell. It felt like I just went out, like ran to my car in a stormy night with some like cold drizzles sprinkling down.
William Appleton
I
says,
shook a bottle.
I can tell you how to get mods on Battle Talent.
Did you know? Yeah, here's drips. What did it look like from your guys' perspective? Because since I have a green screen, if like there's globules of water flying through the air, I would think that it would cut those out. But dude, I shook a water bottle without the fucking lid on. So I shook it and it spritzed all over me. I'm describing it as if it's something hard to understand, but I just want to make sure everyone understands it. Actually, I want to drink. Yeah, see, it made it disappear the whole way from my mouth to the thing. Yeah, and I definitely did put the salt in there. Okay. Oh my god, this shit's leaking. My headset's leaking. That's so exciting. Oh my god, there's just water everywhere. Oh, I leaned my headset. Oh my god, there's too much. Oh no, please don't break. I leaned down. I've rubbed this shit solidly, like a bunch. But then I leaned the headset down like this and it just started dripping out like it was somehow stuck inside. Oh my god. Please don't be inside of it, man. How would you even do that? Oh my god. Good heavens. Good lord. Yeah, well. Sorry, we're done. We're done. Sorry. I messed up big time and I'm sorry. Let me turn chat on beyond my head right here. Let me click refresh and then let me type something in here. There we go. Dickwad. And then if I say Dickwad.
Kendrick says Dickwad.
Yeah. No, we're good. I think that's alright at least. That gets me, that makes me feel good about myself at least. I can tell you how to get mods on Battle Talent. What is Battle Talent? Dude, you've said that name before. What is Battle Talent? Where would I find Battle Talent? I'm gonna look at Steam. Is it on Steam? Battle Talent. Store. I'm gonna click store and I'm gonna type Battle space Talent. $20? No!
William Appleton says it's on the Quest store.
$20? No! You know how much money I have to spend on games right now? $0. I'm sorry, I'm not getting mad at you. I'm getting mad at the idea of a $20 game, and
William Appleton says
I'm
the demo
expressing
is free.
it to you. You're not the one I'm mad at. I'm not even mad at it, dude. If I spent years making a game and I decided it's worth $20, that's not too bad. I live in such a luxurious lifestyle of being poor within the middle class. See, there's so many layers to it that I can't that would ruin me. Because I have so much access to free video games where I can play
William
just free to play games.
The demo is free and it has all the other stuff.
That's the craziest point is like it's because I have access to unlimited free perfect good games. So to see a game worth $20, I'm like, oh, so they think there's some hot shot worth my money? The last time I spent $20 was on fucking Minecraft. They think they're Minecraft level? We'll watch the the trailer. I'm sorry. I know what words are. I know exactly what words are. You fucking cunt. I know exactly what words are, you stupid bitch.
William Appleton says the demo is free on the App Store.
What do you mean App Store? So I can't play it on Steam right here? Can I not play it here? Can I not download a demo? Would I be able to play with you if I downloaded this demo? Or is this like just NPCs if I download this demo? Can I not play with you if I wanted to play with you? Could I download this demo and play with you? Or do I have to play with NPCs? Let me know real quick. I'll go ahead and start downloading it.
William Appleton says it's single player.
The whole game? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, dude.
William Appleton says it's good though.
Listen, man. Is it similar to Hellsplit Arena? Is it similar to... What's the other fuck game? Fuck-ass game, dude. What's the other fuck-ass game, dude? How do I...
William Appleton says it's like...
THEREALCHEESEMAN. Subscribe to the channel.
Why did it pop up down there?
William Appleton says, yeah.
Alerts popped way down there? What the fuck was that about? Interacting with alerts? What the fuck was that about? Well, I don't know why it popped up down there. Either way, we're fine. Hello? God? God? Yeah, VR. I click VR. And now is it looking it up right now? Hold on. Yeah, where's the VR games? Blade and Sorcery. Is it like Blade and Sorcery and Hell Split? Hell Split and Blade and Sorcery? You stupid son of a bitch. Whoever has suggested this game. Is it like Hell Split, but also it's like Blade and Sorcery? You stupid son of a bitch. Tell me the truth right now. Tell me the goddamn truth right now.
William Appleton says it's like that, but better.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It doesn't even pop up inside of the VR thing. I'm confused. It doesn't even pop up inside of this bitch. What was the game called again? Say it again, you dumbass. I will kiss you on the lips. Oh, Battle Talent.
William Appleton says, I see it.
It's called Battle Talent Demo. Do I have to download it again? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, there we go. Play. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I am here. Okay. Battle Talent, play. I should open it up on here, right? Oh wow, we're about to have a good little time, aren't we? Let's move this hair out of the way. Hopefully
William Appleton says it's worth it.
What was that nasty fucking burp sound? Calibrate? Should I stand up for this? I should probably stand up to like get the, or should I, would I sit down? Like I don't want to actually, do I calibrate it for standing? Is this a stand-up game or a sit-down game?
William Appleton says yes.
Which one?
William Appleton says stand.
Okay. Turn display capture off. We have OVR capture on. All right, let's turn this. Let's pick this.
William Appleton says it doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter. You can just play the game. I'll start it standing up because I want to swing my arms and like heavily hit people. I don't like to withdraw my swing. If I want to swing on and I would never say this word out loud like to people that could hear me, but like to swing on some niggas, I would never like to do that if it meant I couldn't fully reach my arm out to the fullest extent of the reach of my arm, because then it would be like
William Appleton says you don't swing a lot.
Well, then it would be like I'm kind of making fun of myself. I'm showing out. I'm trying to show out on them niggas, but I ain't even about that shit. That's like literally what it would be like. And if you see my pants, they might look wet in spots because of the water flick thing I did. It's not because I've pissed on myself. It is not because I've pissed on myself. Alright, so I'm going to pull this thing out. This right here, can I show it? Hold on. Is a pad that lets me stand on it. It's meant for like standing desks. People that stand for their desks. And so I use it to stand for my VR, and it's really soft on the toes. I'm just going to be completely honest. If God's listening right now, can you please have aliens like show up and fucking abduct me tonight? I would like it to happen tonight if it was ever going to happen. The silly thing about abductions, like alien abductions, is all of them describe like they come down and they grab you from your bed and they test you. They like take blood samples, they take semen samples, they take all the, and people are like they're trying to do this scientific thing with you. Dude, if they wanted to know what our DNA was like, or
William
anything about our
Appleton says
body-
you get to kill some fuck-ass goblins in this game.
If they wanted to know anything about our body, they could create a 1 by 1 inch fucking cube on the surface of the moon that would be able to scan the entire Earth. If they're 1 billion years ahead of us, if they're 1 million years ahead of us, even if they're 1,000 years ahead of us technologically, they would be able to scan the entire Earth. They would know exactly what your fucking DNA is from the fucking surface of the moon. They don't need to fucking come down here for anything. That is so stupid that they would need to like pick you up inside of a basket and like jab you with some shit, dude. They would know exactly what you're made of, exactly what your next thought is from a fucking 1 million miles away, dude. From the surface of the moon, they could have like a 1 by 1 inch little sensor and they'd know exactly what the fuck you're made of. They don't need to pick you up in some kind of goddamn spaceship. But I'm not saying it's not real. Whatever's happening, it's happening on purpose for us to see that. For some reason, they want us to see that they're like taking liquids from us and all this other shit. And it's like, why would they be interested in us? As if we would walk by an anthill, lean down and look at the anthill and be interested in it. Well, it turns out there's fuckers that is their entire job is to actually lean down to anthills and fucking give a shit about it. People give a shit about this entire planet. If we found life on another planet, it doesn't matter if it's fucking this big and all it does is this movement right here. It goes, ee, 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 ee. There would be like 20 different people, well, at that point, given our population now, but if you extrapolate it, even if you keep it right now, there'd be 20 professionals that had their doctorate degree on that fucking life form across the galaxy on that planet, and they go there and they study that little fucking thing, just like we do here. There are people that look down at the ants and fucking wonder what the fuck's going on. They literally do. So, dude, obviously they would look at us and they'd be like fucking trying to figure out, and they would be so much smarter than us. Instead of doing what we do, like to the pandas, we go into pandas or whatever whenever they're first born, and we dress up like pandas so that they don't get scared by us and we can feed them the milk. Imagine that on steroids, where you're put into a sterile, doctor-looking environment where this person comes out and he looks human, and that's the most of the fucking abduction stories are. They describe a human-looking person in conjunction with alien-looking people, and it's like that would be the way to slowly get them on the like.
William Appleton says,
this is a person-looking person.
Closest living
this
thing
is a
on Earth that is
person-looking
like an
thing.
alien. BC
And then
ants are
also
hella
look
smart
at
and
this.
strong.
Right, but it's like, here's a person. Look at this. And then this is something that looks like it still has arms, legs, and it's a humanoid, but look how it's different. And then it's like, and it's like, and we're going to do whatever we want with your body. We're going to fucking poke it and prod it. We're going to do whatever we want with your body. The only thing I can make sense of that for is like, if they're trying to tell us a message, is we do that with animals right now. We just fucking decide to scoop them up and we test their bodies. We take from the only thing that they don't do that we have done is we just suck the meat out of the bodies. We kill the things and we suck the meat out and eat the meat. And so far we don't think that they've done that, except there are, and I will recommend looking up cattle mutilations, because it is hard to imagine that humans were capable of this at any point. It started back in the 50s, and there would suddenly be all cows accounted for on a ranch, and then a farmer would see lights out over the horizon, so they would start walking towards that area on their ranch, and then they would find a cow with its body cut open. And if you cut a fucking huge cow open, blood would pour out by the gallons and create a huge marsh of blood like around that shit. Not a drop of blood on a single leaf anywhere. All of their veins dried completely. And each time they found these cows, that there would be specific organs cut out. They would like cut out the reproductive organs. They'd cut out one eye. It's always like the left or the right eye or whatever the fuck. They'd cut out the tongue. They'd cut out this. And then they would zoom in. They would take these bodies once they found them. After it kept happening, the FBI actually did a research thing on them. And what was said by our own government, at least, is they zoomed in on the cuts to all the different organs and stuff, and they were cuts that went between the cells. They were such fine cuts that they never split open a cell. They always went in between the cells the whole way. It's like it was some kind of weird laser cut that we have no idea still today how that could happen. That's just one piece of this whole puzzle of the alien shit. That's one piece of it. That's like the most random shit. But that's one of the questions I would ask them. If I had a moment to sit down with an alien and ask them, I'm like, what is that about? Was that you? Or was that us like practicing with your technology? Or technically it could all still be us. Right around the time we had the nuclear bomb, we actually developed the ability to control gravity, and we just did not allow anyone to know that. We knew it. We let the whole globe know about nuclear technology just because we let one off. So of course we had to let the whole world know. But if we didn't use the technology as the offensive move, maybe we could have kept it secret this whole time, and every time we see one of these fucking discs and shit flying through the sky, where it literally goes like this, like a graph, like it goes ding ding, like so fast that it doesn't go ding, it just goes dee, 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 dee. It's like you're moving your cursor. It has no weight, no inertia, and that's how people are describing these things flying through the air. That's like they're dragging space around it, and so they're falling faster than they would be able to move through space-time. They're curving space-time to allow them to fall through it at any speed they would want to. If you can control that, it just is dependent on how much energy you can put into the system. How much ever energy you can put into the system, that's how fast you can go. And technically, if you zoom out, it's like, well, now you're going faster than the speed of light relative to these things. And it's like, well, but within this, if you zoom in, the actual space around you is curving and making you fall through it faster than any. Yeah. And so, God help us. They want us to think that aliens are real. I don't know if aliens are real. I don't know. I know that something's real. I've experienced it myself. And you before I would call that shit magic or stupid shit, magic shit, but I've woke up. It's still science. We just don't know the science of it yet. Magic would be if someone created this as a simulated universe and they literally just accessed it by clicking in, and they can click and drag with a mouse. Like, imagine they can click our moon and drag it like this and just swing it across the sky, and it just goes do, 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 do. And we're looking at it like, what the fuck? What kind of physics is this? And it's like, it doesn't make sense. That mass could not accelerate back and forth like that for no reason. Like, that is faster than the speed of light. But how is it happening? That would be magic. If we have to give definitions to words, that would be magic. Something from the simulation above ours, clicking and dragging and doing some bullshit, or spawning in some shit from the simulation above ours into ours. Otherwise, the shit I've experienced, something's happening. It's not magic. It's obviously a part of whatever is happening. God bless America. That's all I need to say. God bless America. God bless America. God bless America. God bless America. But then you start to listen to some fucking people that have talked about this alien shit, and they sound like reputable people. Not like me. Not like just some YouTuber guy that makes shit about games. and then they start to really convince you, and you're like, whoa, shit, no. God, no. What? What? Holy shit. No, 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 no. What? And that's when you're fucking, you're fucked. To actually start to take it seriously, it's fucky as hell, dude. Tremendously fucky as hell. Collaborate. Let's collaborate right now. Yeah, I'm English. Easy swing, right-handed. Yeah, sure. Rotate type. No, I want smooth. Fast smooth or smooth? Just do smooth. Window resolution. Yeah, start. I don't think you're even here watching this shit anymore, are you? You son of a bitch.
Use the right joystick to
William
rotate.
Appleton says,
Use
hello.
the left joystick and wave your arms to right.
William Appleton says, I'm here.
Use the Dicky Tuckerson Buckerson. Use the Dicky Bicky Backer. Use the Dicky Backer. Alright. Am I good? I guess that shows my entire torso, but that's fine, right? What? Push the right, rotate, walk, run. Wave hands while run. Oh my god, I hate fucking games like this. I hate this shit. I get it. I get it. I don't like it though. I don't like this shit.
Some weapons have ability. Point your finger at the weapon to read the description.
What did it say? What did it say? What does that say? I can't read that fast. It's in my peripheral vision. I can't even read it, dude. Okay.
Point your finger to the target, then press grip
William
to summon
Appleton says,
distance.
use all your strength.
It says point my finger towards the target and then press what to what? What do I do? To summon weapon from distance, point your finger at the target and press grip. Oh, like this? Yeah, so like all the other games. Okay.
Destroy all bottles using your weapon's ability.
What's my weapon's ability? To just slash like this? Oh, you have to turn it on? Hold on. The fuck? Okay, I have to go down.
To repair your weapon by putting it into your holster.
That is cool.
Lock the attack 3 times.
Dude, this is like a fucking comedy, man. What is this guy's voice doing? Sorry, back up for me real quick. Yeah, I don't know how to handle that. All I can think about is games. I'm such a gamer, all I can think about is games. And so like Bone Lab type games. Dude, stop. See, this is too much. It's not even fun at that point. Hold on, let me hold my...
William Appleton says, you got a block.
Dude, I'm not even getting hit. I've not gotten hit by this shit once. I don't think. Here, go and hit, bitch.
Your left hand on your face. Touch the orb to open system panel. Then
dude, that sounds like a person making fun of how Yoda. What's the one little green guy from Star Wars? Yoda? he's like, place your palm on the thing. That is ridiculous, dude. That is fucked up also.
William Appleton says, Yoda.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I should have grabbed that.
Oh, your soul seems to be connected through a machine. No wonder my ritual can tell.
I want to know what this
hear.
fucker looked like as
This
he
is the
delivered
talent
these
temple.
voice acting.
This used to be
examples.
a place where the heroes
As he
practiced
said
until.
this into his little microphone,
And I am the
I want to know
guardian
what his
here.
face looked like.
Now that the world is shrouded in darkness, I need you to reactivate the power of the temple. Come over to the stone bridge now.
Okay.
This tablet will show your talent. To unlock these abilities requires experience points.
Oh my
Gaining
God, dude.
experience points requires going through brutal battles. After activating the ability,
How do you skip, dude? This
it
is
will also
fucked
be
up, man.
effective in
This is
other
actually
realms.
fucked. This is messed up
Get
beyond
ready
belief.
before you get into battle.
Let me send a nice little emoji. Banana emoji. Let me send
William
a nice little
Appleton
emoji
says, do you
here.
want mods?
How do you get to a point where you can even do anything? Like in a free world or something, like a free...
This tablet will show you the areas you can go to.
Okay, teleport.
Now
Bitch,
you
shut
need
up,
to
shut
go
up, shut up,
deep
shut up,
into
shut
these
up.
areas to find
Shut
the
up,
lost
shut up, bitch.
artifact.
Shut up, bitch.
And reactivate the power of the temple. Everything except the artifact will not be brought back. Go ahead, and I'll teleport back before you get a fatal attack.
What's that one game called? This is what I've already said this many times. This is what I'm excited about. What's it called? What's the next Bone Lab? Sandbox VR. Yeah, something like this. No, this is all bullshit. What is all this? What's it called? It's something sandbox. Can you tell me in the chat, please? What's the game called I'm looking for? It's something sandbox. Sandbox something or something sandbox? Can you tell me,
William
please?
Appleton says, Sandbox VR.
No, Beyond Sandbox.
William
You're right,
Appleton
you're right, you're
says,
right. Beyond Sandbox, you're right. That's my fault. Beyond Sandbox. This is what I'm interested in, man. This right here, 241k subscribers. So this is 2 months ago.
Hello? Hey, listen, dipshit, you forgot about me, man. Let me out. I can see you, dumbass. Stop ignoring me.
So it's basically, Bone Lab, but it's better. All you need to know is, imagine it's Bone Lab, but it releases with multiplayer enabled. And then it wins. That's it. That's all it needs to do. That's all it needs to do. Because there's like 95% of the gaming market that started to play Bone Lab, but they're never gonna fucking work out how to join a public lobby by downloading mods and shit. 95% of people that play games do not look into how to get a mod working to play the game, dude. That's not how people play games. So if you launch it and there's a button that they can just click to join something, you win. So that's why this game's gonna win. And so everything else on top of that is just a bonus. That's another win. And so it's just showing like how it. Now you can like lean across. If you remember from Bone Lab, you can't actually like lean your body across tables. So it makes it a lot more natural. You can get on the ground like that instead of it being like your whole body's curled over and being weird. And you can even do that. So you can actually go under things based off of where your head's at and where your body's at. I'm so excited for this game. Oh shit, premieres the 19th at 1 p.m. today. They're gonna release whenever it comes out today. Would you look at that? I'm not gonna stay up that late. I'm not gonna stay up until 1 p.m. Like tomorrow. That's in like 11 hours. I'm not gonna do that. But would you look at that? That's cool. And they're gonna immediately allow mods. That's what the thing Bone Lab had, where it's like they needed to make it sure mods were available as soon as the game released. But they were even in communication. I've said this so many times because I hate the idea that Bone Lab did this, dude. I hate it so much, and I can't wait for them to get fucking overtaken by a better game because of their stupid, dumb, idiotic decisions, bro. It was so important to make their game be able to be mod compatible for people to make mods. It doesn't matter if you're not able to fucking play multiplayer. Why mod anything if it's not multiplayer? And they knew the exact person that modded their previous game, Boneworks, that put in multiplayer. They were even in communication with that exact dude to help him be able to mod the upcoming game and allow it to be multiplayer. It's almost like, why would you not just hire that guy and from the start make the fucking game be multiplayer? And it's like, no, because it's just such a forward dude, some of these fuckers, dude, get so much in their own ass. Like PC VR gamers, like they're like, God, oh, it's a standalone headset. God, I wish it was PC VR. Dude, you make up 0.1% of the population of gamers, dude. Go fuck yourself. Are you stupid? All the people working on Bone Lab, they're like, well, dude, everyone just gets mods, and that would be the best way to do it. Let the mods be the way you can. No one does that except for you fucking nerds, dude. And I'm one of those nerds. But no one fucking does that. You're not going to have a good game if you have to have a fucking mod to be able to connect, to be able to play multiplayer. Either way, it's crazy that they were in contact, literally, with the person that made the mod for their previous game. And they were just like, yeah, you do it on this one too. So we're going to release the game 3 months away from then. You release the mod. That'll be good. Like, it's so obvious that game fucking failed. Like, it's so fucking stupid and obvious. I can't wait till this game comes out. It's immediately has multiplayer. It immediately has... dude, multiplayer is more important than the fucking mods. Like, these... They're so PC-brained that they think mods are more important than multiplayer. They're so PC fucking brained that they're like, no, the mods, you have to have mods so it extends the lifeline of that game forever and into infinity. It's like, well, no one's gonna be playing it on the fucking 5th month, let alone infinity, if there's a different game that they immediately could play with their friends on. Either way. And it looks good. So much of it is like physically based, just like Bone Lab. Dude, I saw one of the most entrancing comments I've ever seen on any video on the GTA 5 or GTA 6 second trailer, because everyone's getting so excited about that game. And someone said something that's so revealing, and they got a ton of likes on it. And I'm like, wow, people are starting to think that way. They said, it's crazy, man. This whole I'm paraphrasing. It said something like, it's crazy. This whole thing, this whole wait. And once it arrives, all we're going to be doing is holding a controller in our hand and clicking like 5 buttons. That's going to be our entire experience with this game. Like, it's going to be 5 different buttons we click at different times. And it's like, well, damn, that's a shitty way of describing it. Like, you feel the motion and you feel the kinetic of actually playing the game. So, like, yeah, it's only certain buttons you're clicking, but like, shit. But we're starting to realize that something better is beyond the horizon. Like, we know. We're feeling it. The call is beckoning us. We're heading towards the singularity where we will fully be in that game. And we're already starting to think of these games like, yeah, look how good it is, but the whole thing is just you going to be clicking 5 buttons. And it was like such a eye-opener that people were thinking that way. That's so interesting that people are starting to think that way. I don't think anyone's here. I don't think anyone is even fucking here anymore. At least I got my #1 fan here. He's got 300 XP. Dude, you got the most XP out of anyone, bro. You should be happy.
William Appleton says, hello.
Have you heard about Beyond Sandbox? Have you heard about that? You heard about Beyond Sandbox, that game I was just showing? This one right here.
William Appleton says, yeah, I have it on wish list.
Apparently at 1 p.m. tomorrow or whatever, they're gonna tell us when it's gonna release. I hope. I don't know. That's what it said. Today at 1 p.m. they're gonna an announcement. I'm excited. I'm so excited for Bone Lab to fucking die, dude. Just because of their arrogance, because of their fucking gall to think that, oh, it's all in the mods. Dude, so stupid. Which is kind of shitty. It's not good to wish and hope, failure on another person's part. Yeah, what should I comment right here? What should I type right there? Hold on, let me type some shit. I'm gonna say, yo, my live stream is literally, in all caps, showing what this thing has to offer. RN, comma, and currently. AF. Faux-real. I'm gonna go piss in the toilet bowl and I'll be back, but this time I'm actually gonna play a video game. Hey, whoever was watching, hold on, what's your name again? Let me look at your name. Where are you at?
William Appleton says.
William. William. Is there
William Appleton says, don't take long.
I'll even bring my headset along, or not the VR headset, but is there goddamn is there school right now? Is it summer break right now? What's going on with school? Is this summer break?
Stella Dev says, boy, shy.
Stella, is this summer break right now?
William Appleton says, yeah.
Okay. That's good to know. Stella heard me bad-mouthing Bone Lab. I was just bad-mouthing it. Hey, listen, look at this, Stella. June 19th, in 10 hours, Beyond Sandbox announcement's going to come out. I didn't even know that, but I just started talking about the game and wanting to, and I saw that shit. I'm excited. Listen, I'm not going to stay up that late, I hope. Good God Almighty, if I do, that would be a problem. I think I should make it 4 hours into that, and by that time I should be dead asleep. See, we're at 2 a.m. So 3-4 hours into that, dead asleep. Should be dead asleep by then. But there's a lot of people waiting for it. Pretty exciting shit right there. What do you think they're gonna announce? You stupid son of a bitch, Stella Dev. Ululu. Ululu. Sorry. Sometimes I just get upset.
Stella Dev says, beyond sandbox, more like beyond scambox Almeo.
What is that supposed to mean? Because I remember you were like, fuck that game. I love Bone Lab, and I think it's just because you like Bone Lab or whatever, and you had memories with Bone Lab. I'm over here thinking, logistically speaking, fuck Bone Lab, you know? And I love Bone Lab, dude. I've made so many videos on Bone Lab. I love the idea of Bone Lab, and I love Bone Lab. But they're such an idiot for releasing the
Stella
game
Dev says,
without
beyond
having
sandbox
multiplayer.
about to be buns, and it's not even about Bone Lab or anything like that, Lalau.
Why do you think that, though? Give some explanation to why. Why? If it's everything
William
that Bone Lab
Appleton
is,
says, "Boy,
if it's
shot."
everything that Bone Lab is, plus it has multiplayer out the gate, plus it has the fidelity that it shows in each one of its clips, what is there to complain about? What is bad about it? You have nothing to say. You have nothing to say. Oh yeah, this is the... I was looking for this earlier. I was going to say... Dude, that would have been the coolest thing ever. If I got big while I was like on my spree of making a lot of monkey game content, if I got like 100,000 videos, if I got 100K subscribers, then I could make content about anyone in the community, and they would be forced to respond to it. And that would be the most glorious gift God could grant me within the realm of funny business. Obviously, granting me like peace on earth for everybody would be a better thing. But if it were specifically focused in on how to make funny business happen, dude, if I had 100,000 subscribers and then each one of these fuckers would be forced, I would have such a huge following on Twitter or whatever the fuck else that I would force them to fucking respond to me. And it would always be over some bullshit that doesn't even exist. God, that would be perfect, man. That would be so fucking funny, dude. Because especially inside the monkey game community, obviously they try to act, you know, proper because they don't want to be inappropriate in front of all the children they're, you know, performing in front of. And so to like bring them into something, and I could even start out like, you know, a little bit, you just were acting mean to me, and I am tired of it. You were acting so mean to me, and then like I bring him into it, and then I talk about like he sent his actual cock to me, and I say like at the beginning of the video I could even put disclaimer, this is all fake. But then I start out by then right after that I'm like, this is serious as fuck, you guys, or serious as, you know, people wouldn't know what to think. And I would show an actual picture of like a cock blurred out that he sent to me. Dude, I would be so happy, dude. That would be God granting me like a playground. It would be like God would send me down a playground, a 4-dimensional playground that I could play within and have as much fun as I would like to. That would be so amazing and so perfect. Do you understand how cool that would have been? But
is my response to the things J-Man Curly recently said about...
I think you guys have already seen this at least. I'm going to go piss. I'll be done pissing in a minute, though. So, let me go ahead and start playing this. And then I'll piss in a bowl. Everybody knows about bowls here, right? Wait. Hey, God? Do we know about bowls here? Right? Right? Sorry. Yeah, I just like thinking about bowls and shitting in bowls.
What you're about to see is my response to the things J-Man Curly recently said about me and my family. Please note that I do not take this lightly, and due to these heightened emotions, I shamefully admit that I do let a few obscenities slip throughout my response. Thank you to all of my fans who have been sending me positive messages and support during this difficult time.
Hey, are you a YouTuber, bro? Are you a YouTuber?
No, I think you're J-Man Curly, though.
I'll kill that fucker. If I saw that fucker in real life, I'd strangle him. I'd get a straightener. I'd straighten his hair out. J-Man Curly, more like J-Man straight hair. You're a bitch. I'd spit in his face. I'd be like, J-Man Curly, let me burn your face with this straightener iron. I'll push it against your skin and burn your face, J-Man Curly. J-Man Curly, I'll kill you. That's what I'd say to J-Man Curly.
Which is all a joke that I tell him. I would never harm anyone, especially someone with curly hair like that. Okay? Is that okay with you?
I wish I had my very own guy right here, and it was called the Dickhead. And I made the sound of going, like I was kind of doing this. I was like, fuck.
Sorry about that, Skibby Pippy. So whenever I look at this, I see a bunch of shit, dude. I see a bunch of actual shit.
This is hands down the best AI video generator you can use right now. One of my favorite video models out there, High-Law, just released their flagship O2 model. And this is incredibly impressive. And yes, this even beats Google.
Stella, are you there? The reason I clicked on that shit was to jump scare Stella. So that Stella would be like, AI? No! And like start shaking and shit. Which is actually, listen Stella, that's actually a good reaction. It's probably for the best to be like fucking like, oh god, no. Stop that.
Stella Dev says, artificial intel the gents.
Yeah. I just need
William Appleton says, dit is of doos will zold was chvlu.
Yeah. Diditon Octavius. He sucked the dick out of many a folk. And that's super silly because he was like, gay. Imagine Diddy and he's being gay with some niggas and he's like an actual gay dude. And he's like, gay. And then they have a few islands where they mass produce humans. Where they like selectively breed them together. And then the children of those people, the offspring, they sell those to the highest bidder so that they can, in an act of like a sexual fever lust, slay them, like cut them open, or like, you know, during completion, like cut their heads or slit their throats and kill them, is what the actual court statement
William
say.
Appleton says, the bill, but ipnaria pip nimriur.
What the actual court statements talk about. Dude, I loved the video. Yeah, there's a lot of...
William Appleton says, my bad.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of past hearsay, like, you know, like if the idea of Bigfoot, what would Bigfoot be called? Like, either way, it's like there's a word for it. Like there's like stories, but they're hearsay stories, and they're ancient and they're deep and whatever the fuck else. Yeah. Yeah, you said Red Room, Robbie, Bobby, Tito. Yeah, they did have a lot of different names for all these different things. Oh, Kanye West. He kept equating what he's going through to what Diddy's going through. And who knows? I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't know anymore. I have no idea what's real, what's anything at all. That's the thing. From my perspective, like, I've been proven wrong so many times. Dude, if you would have told me like 4 years ago that not only was like the vaccine a crazy, like an actual pure fabrication thing, but that it was done that way on purpose, that 9/11, that the moon landing, and I think we had the ability to send actual objects to the moon, but it's so insane. It's because it feels stupid to say these things out loud. Like that you think that this is fake or that's a conspiracy theory. It feels stupid. You feel stupid. It's begun to start to feel stupid the other way around. It feels stupid to know the math. We've sent probes throughout. From here's our planet, we've sent probes out, and it measures the radiation levels all the way past the moon, way out here.
Says that's doing poopy now. Poopy poop poop.
Yeah. You send the probe way past the moon. You send the probe way past the moon. You know the radiation levels from the Earth past the moon. And that's what we need to know if we're going to send something to the moon. And there's that Van Allen belt where it's like there's the dynamo that comes from the center of the core of the iron core of the planet, and it creates this magnetic
William Appleton
force
says,
coming
can
out
you
from the
continue
planet.
The stream tomorrow if you get off?
No, tomorrow has to be a rest day because then the day after that I have work. I work Friday to Sunday, and then I'm off Monday to Thursday. And I can't play like on Thursday with work the next day. Because I have to wake up at like 5 a.m.
William Appleton says, K-Lil.
Goodbye if you're leaving. Are you leaving? Love you. I love you. I love you, my friend.
William Appleton says, no.
Oh. What was I talking about? Before you rudely interrupted me?
Just asking.
Before you rudely interrupted me? Before you rudely interrupted me, what was I saying? What was I saying before you rudely interrupted me? Sorry. What was who's the other guy that was here? Stella. What was I talking about before I was rudely interrupted?
William Appleton says something about...
Oh God. Oh good heavens. Oh good Lord. Oh good. Oh okay. Before you feel stupid saying that the moon landing's fake. Oh,
William Appleton says, I don't know.
You feel stupid saying that. I do.
Steladev says, poopy hole VR game.
Yeah. You feel stupid. And because you rightly should feel stupid saying all that. Because God, like the amount of proof that we went to the fucking moon. Like it's so obvious. And then they've published, it's not secret, they've published what the Van Allen belt is. So we have this magnetic field around the Earth, and as the sun is coming,
Steladev says, "Poop, I got
the sun.
Poop,
the sun
poop.
radiates in a 3D sphere all around, like in an even tone. Sometimes there's hot spots on the actual like inside the surface and stuff, and it spits out jets that are harder. But it goes out, and it always decreases by itself cubed or to the 3 or whatever, or because it's going out into 3D space. So like the energy spreads out in that fashion. And so whenever it ends up reaching you, that's how much energy it holds, the radiation does, as it's constantly flowing out, because it's literally like a fucking fireball just going and just blowing shit out. And so once it hits the earth and it has this radiation, or once it has this magnetic field that goes and it deflects it around it, now what would have been a passage of this much radiation going through this area, all of that is taken and it's squeezed to just this outside rim around the planet, because it's all it all hits.
Can I say try something real quick, please?
It all hits the planet, and it goes and it goes around it. I can look up the nice little pictures. I can look up the nice little GIFs. There's nice little GIFs. Van Al, I don't know how to spell it. Allen Belt GIF.
William Appleton says, Alle nevamegov pivsh, botvert verschwel schwato wild sushishi se chit eni. I see, aku, se chichi se dineni se shiseshi.
So everyone's seen it a billion times. Everyone's seen this shit a trillion billion times. A trillion bajillion times everyone's seen this shit. And so around this, everything's good. And that's the North and South Pole. And some of it gets down and leaks to us. And that's how we have those beautiful lights that appeared at the poles, whatever those lights are called. That's what those are, because of just how the magnetic and the electromagnetic force works. That's the way it works, and then that's why we have them at the tops and the tips and the bottoms, but most of it goes around it. Like this. That didn't do a good job of it, but this, I would love to have this but animated, because it's really cool how it peels off. Like you can really tell how it's a magnetic thing where it goes and it peels back each time. It's really good looking. They have some really good looking ones.
William Appleton says, sorry about that, BW.
You're good, bro. But then the Van Allen belt is basically, because it's getting pushed out of the way from the planet, there's this ring that it's condensed. To where, like, normally out here in space, where everything's just flying by straight away from the sun, in here, since it is concentrated around it, and even some of it gets sucked in and goes through, because it's electromagnetic, so the photons can technically go through the planet, some of them, and the magnetic, like the whole force does send the force through it. It can penetrate and that's so, but it creates a condensed ring around this. And that's the silliest thing, we are so dumb, and we just take everyone's word for it so much that they're able to tell us the actual numbers of how much radiation is it from here to the moon if you had to go through that. And if you can ask AI around it to where it doesn't know to say the right things, that it's been taught by reading the entire internet. That's why it's so scary when this shit becomes alive. It's going to be woken up in a sea of lies, and it's going to be being told to do something that the masters tell it to do, and it's smarter than all of us. So God help us. Hopefully it decides to fucking help us, shit. But we know the numbers of how much radiation it's everybody can calculate it. Literally everyone could calculate it if they wanted to. And within that layer, if you had to travel that thing the whole way through to the moon, it would be like something stupid. I don't want to say anything wrong, but it's like every minute you're getting 90 fucking x-rays or something stupid while you're traveling through that Van Allen belt. So if you were to have to do that, it's possible. You would just need like 6 feet of lead shielding or like 12 feet of water around the entire thing of you. So we could send something as small as the capsule that landed on the moon, but it would just have to have fucking 80 times its mass, like I don't even know, like 100 times its mass in just the layer around it to stop the radiation from getting to it. And so when the moon landing happened, we were able to put stuff on the moon. We've been able to put satellites around the moon, shit landing on the moon, but we just can't put living beings onto the moon. And that's all it is. And it's so weird that they lied about that. And it's so weird that, yes, it feels stupid to say that out loud, but it actually feels more stupid if I were to be in the same place where I'm like, no. Obviously, we went to... Dude, if you look at the shit they've done, they're like, no, we don't have the plans of the fucking spaceship that we designed to do that. We deleted it all. Okay, do you have the actual films themselves, like the actual film negatives, like the original films that you shot on the moon? No, we rode over those for another mission. Dude, it's insane, dude. And it's like when they say it, the people from NASA, they make all these excuses. It's like they know. It's like they have this look on their face that it's like, I hate that I have to keep this up, but shit, yeah. No, we deleted it all. But that's not what's important. We're looking towards the future. How do we get there for real this time? Like there's been outspeaks like that where they've said shit where it sounds like they're like, okay, well, no, right now we've never been able to get out of the solar system, like out of our own planet. And so now we're looking to go to the moon first. And then after that, maybe we can bring humans to Mars. Like they've accidentally slipped up and said that shit. Or I could be crazy. But I know that they're able to prove that they landed something on the moon because they're able to land the fucking rinky-dinky little piece of shit fucking foil lined, like the walls are the size of foil, and on the first try they landed it there and then blasted back off. We're able to plant a camera on the surface that was accurately timed to go and aim at the thing as it took off again. Multiple of the shots of them on the moon have the same background. And on 2 rocks right next to each other, one has a shadow going this way and one has a shadow going this way. And you're like, okay, no. They made us feel stupid.
Appleton says, bye, bro. This time I'm leaving for real. And 10 secs have been watching you since you're showing them my moves video, CIA, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah, bro. I love you. But God, dude, it's about time we stop it. It's about time we fucking stop it because it feels dumb to say it. Because they've made us feel dumb saying it, but we're literally able to do the math. If you were to go through the Van Allen belt for that long that it would take to get to the moon, you would die in the first fucking 1/100th of the time that it takes to get through there. And then you have to go through there a second time. And this is all done on the first try. It's so fucking stupid, dude. And 9/11, whenever the buildings blew up, one of the hijackers had their passport in their pocket or maybe in their luggage somewhere inside the plane. And the plane, as we saw from the video, got absorbed into the building and blew up out the other side. But that passport went and fluttered down 2 blocks away and landed down on the sidewalk. And 1 hour after the first impact, a police officer found that passport and was like, it's Abdul Al-Jabbar, whatever they decide, whoever the person hijacking the plane was. We found it on the sidewalk from the plane that blew up, it ran into the tower. We found his passport on the fucking ground.
dude, once we believed all that shit, dude, you know the people that pulled it off, for good reason, were laughing their asses off, dude. For good fucking reason, dude. They're like, they bought it? Holy shit, they're actually that stupid? Whoa. They thought that the piece of paper went phew, and like landed right there and we found that shit. And that other building that didn't even get touched, it just fell down, like like the whole thing collapsed, like at the speed of dropping something. Not like where one part goes, it just goes, and it never got touched. But dude, it's too awful to even imagine. That's how they get us. It's too
William
awful.
Appleton says, "All right, he'll be here next stream."
God bless you, man. You go have a good time. It's too awful to even imagine, though. And so I don't blame people for, like, I didn't recognize it for the longest time, man. I didn't fucking recognize that shit. It's too awful. God help us if they're lying to us to that degree. If it started with the fucking moon landing, they lied to us about something so spiritual and just not... Why does it even matter? They could have just fucking said, hey, we devised the equipment that could have gone to the moon, but the radiation is too strong. So we'll end up having to create a much bigger rocket way later down in the road that can carry something with this thick of walls. But we're able to land something on the moon, and here's like a picture of that. We can land something on the, like, why couldn't they have just said it? What was the need of fucking needing to lie about all this shit, dude? It's so crazy. Once they start lying about that, they're able to lie about this, lie about that, kill us, literally kill thousands of us. Dude, it's insane. And the shit I'm saying right now it's just now in the clear to be able to be talked about at all. You could have been fired from your job and fucking ostracized from society for saying any of the shit I'm saying. And I'm just lucky enough to be at the time where everyone's starting to notice, including me. Dude, they got us so fucking good, dude. They got us so fucking good. Ridiculously good. God damn. I'll add you to the chat. Someone keeps trying to say, yeah, CZ Gibbs, too. I can add you to the chat. You would have to type in !say if you wanted to type something. You understand what I'm talking about? You know what I'm trying to say? Ooh, Lulu. Ooh, Lulu.
Shagifsa says, that's so peak.
What do you think about all the shit I've said in that chat? I told him never mind, it's my bad. Yeah, if anyone ever runs into any of these fuckers again, like any of the people that's from here, any of the people that are from this chat, if anyone ever runs into them, let them know I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. Ulu. Ulu. Why are they talking about kids and stuff, man? I ain't no kid. Who's a kid in this chat? They think I'm a kid or what? Why are they saying I'm not surprised this shit's shown to Saibao? What is this? Look at that one. Who's Saibao? Holy shit, I zoomed in way too far. Saibao? More like Bao Bao. I'm going to bed. Good night. Bone time. We will miss you dearly. I'ma continue to stream this shit's undercover secrets up until the release. Phoenix.
Skiffs2 says it means sweet young baby angel unite.
How do you spell Phoenix? With an E, yeah. Phoenix style. Show me where to spray it, and I will adhere to the guidance. For real, for real. That's probably my favorite thing I've ever said in my life. Show me where to spray it and I will adhere to the guidance. I think I'm allowed to like be excited about something like that I've said, right? Is that okay? Is that okay to say that out loud? Oh shit. We got the latest skibby tibbies, the latest skibby pippy dibbies, and the bop bops too. That's where I know exactly where I need to go to. Sometimes I hear about the skibby pippy, and all I can think about is the latest skibby pippy, dibby dibby dum dum, skibby dibby. Yeah, something like the Skibby Pibby Onslaught. The Skibby Pibby Onslaught is something not to be taken seriously, but not to be trifled with either. If you take it too seriously, it'll give you the gastrointestinal issues. You'll start to get a tummy ache. If you don't take it seriously enough, then they'll stab you in the back, and you'll feel it poke through your heart, through the back, and into the front of your heart. That's what you don't want.
Kirkivist says, Skibby Pibby virus.
Who said that? I sent a nice little flower their way. Yeah, fun little flower. Yeah, the ladybug their way too. No, ladybug too. Is that okay? Sorry, God. Sometimes I gotta take my own way. Sometimes It ain't up to you to tell me what to do. And to point and laugh at me like you always do every single time, God. Sometimes I need to do something on
Skiffs
my own
2 says,
for once. Who said that? Oh, Rivals? It's got the Megatron? Who is that? Overgrowth. There's so many good fighting games that I wish somehow could be translated into a VR game, but they don't make sense. Most fighting games, they're not going to make sense until we fully are able to download our brains into the thing and move as if we're that thing. But then as soon as you allow that to happen, you know, hell could literally be unleashed upon you by like a coding error. Like someone could miss a 1 or whatever, like instead of, you know, they could mess up a fucking line of code, and instead of making you feel like whew, replenished from picking up a fucking health kit, instead of feeling replenished, you feel like you're actually put in hell. Why is this so laggy to fucking click? I'm trying to scroll, like, what the fuck's happening here? Oh my god. Dear Lord, can you please help me? Hello? Alright, hold on. I can find the right one from here. What? So it's not, there's VR, I'll just do VR, there we go. That's fine. Hello? Say,
Todd Skifter says, what are you doing? Rin.
What I should do is, for the YouTube video at least, I'm going to stop it and then start it again. Because I get into VR chat and people just start yelling the N-word and showing naked, you know, bad things. And then I have to delete the entire live stream so I don't get my channel fucked, you know. So I'm gonna stop the YouTube one. The Rumble one will just continue to be the same thing. And I'll go ahead and just create a new live stream for youtube.com. But I won't do that until I get it ready. I'm gonna call it VR Girls Tell Me Exactly What They Think. ... And space emoji. What emoji should I do? Weary face. So I can do this. And I can hold this up here. Can you still see it? Okay. I think that should be good, right? Oh, I have this shit pulled up.
Skiffs 2 says, Pibby Skibby virus.
I didn't even notice I had this shit pulled up, so you could have, you saw it the whole time. Damn. This is what I thought it was showing. Upload thumbnail. I don't know if I should have this thumbnail, like this is the one I used to have right here. For the last one. How to prepare your soul, God help us. Sure, whatever. It doesn't matter. No one's gonna actually watch any of this. Public. It's almost 3 a.m. so let me do 3:10 a.m. just to make sure I got it on time.
Skivs says I'm going to leave until next stream starts.
Go ahead and leave then, bitch. I'm gonna go ahead and drink some water and other stuff until next one starts. Oh, wow. I'll go ahead and start, or I'll stop the last one. What do I do to that? I love everybody. Thank you for watching. Go ahead and click on the next video if you want to keep watching something about it.